Could it be? It is!
That's the face of somebody who wants to be a champion.
Another World Championship qualifier for Shelley Jenica.
Caldwell goes up to her. Oh, won't relinquish. It's going to be one of the greats.
Mile end in Adelaide for day 2 of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. Beautiful day here. David Colbert alongside Tamsin Manu. And Tamsin, we had a great day yesterday. What are you looking forward to today as we get ready for the day 2 action?
Well, I'm getting ready for quite a few big performances here because I'm pretty excited about today because we get to see the 100-metre runners. You know, to be crowned the fastest person in Australia is pretty special, and they get their campaigns underway. Tori Lewis, who's the national record holder, could have possibly won that under-20 race as well. She's still super young. She's a teenage sensation. Looking forward to seeing her get her campaign underway. And Rowan Browning, I mean, everybody keeps talking about can he break that 10-second barrier, and he looks really good this season. I love what he's done over 200 metres so far as well. I think that could be his event looking forward into the future, but I think he's going to have a great year this year. And the 800s, you know, I have to mention the 800 metres. We have such great fields in middle distance this season, and those 800 metres won't disappoint. We'll see Pete Bowl, and I've heard Joey Dang, the Australian record holder, is going to be competing as well. And in the women's, we have the national record holder, Katrina Bissett, and Claudia Hollingsworth, another youngster. We have such good youngsters competing. She's going to be out there starting her campaign as well.
Looking forward to seeing that. The men's and women's 400, we didn't see the women yesterday. Ali Beer will see her for the first time. In the men's, fantastic racing and really open as they go to the semi-finals.
Oh, the men's 400 metres is let's throw a blanket over the athletes who can make that final. It was great to see Alex Beck. He's been on that national podium so many times, and he looked good. He looked like he was coming back into form. But Luke van Radigan, the defending national champion, I think he looked pretty good in those heats, but the semi-finals are going to be great. And Ellie Beer, well, we get to see her come out here again. She loves this track. She broke that personal best that had stood for a little while. She was such a talented junior, and she's now in the senior ranks, and I think that she's established herself as our best 400-metre runner, and I think for her it's how fast can she go.
Cameron Newton-Brown's having a great heptathlon, and we're seeing Ash Maloney and Cedric Dubler in the decathlon. And in the field today, Curtis Marshall goes in the qualifying of the pole vault, and we've also got men's and women's long jump qualifiers as well. So looking forward to that. So we've got a great day of field and track here in Adelaide. Mitch Dyer is in the chair to kick us off, and we're going to start with some para-athletes.
Yeah, thank you, Dave and Tamsin. You're right, it's been an absolute day 2 of the Australian National Championship. Beautiful day as well. It must be said, you can see just a slight ruffle of the leaves up in your top right-hand corner, but for the majority of it, it's been quite still out here this morning. We've seen World Junior qualifiers, national champions be crowned, and there is plenty left this afternoon. We'll kick off with a men's under-20 para 1500-metre title race. Obviously, with these para events, if you are watching for the first time, it's not necessarily who comes across the line first, but rather the percentages that get all adjusted and appointed by our officials here later on. So that will kick off shortly, but a cracking afternoon of athletics here in South Australia. So they're in the starters' hands here, and as Dave and Tamsin so mentioned, our 1500-metre middle distance pedigree in this country is really towards an all-time high, and it stretches out to our para athletes as well. So they'll obviously be vying for, you know, Paralympic selection later on in the year. That's later in August. But our men's under 20 1500-metre para competitors, they are on the line along this back straight. So a couple of good names in here and amongst it to watch. And as mentioned, our men's decathletes are jumping well down here along the home stretch. So it's been a busy, active morning of all things athletics. And so an all-star cast in here this morning, amongst a bit of royalty, really. I mean, for someone like myself, good to be standing alongside two of the best in the business, so you'll be absolutely delighted with what's going to hit the eardrums for you this afternoon and this evening. Best special comments in the world. Yeah, on my left-hand shoulder, Tamsin Banu.
Isn't it? There's so much to look forward to. I think it's one of those championships where you can say that every day, though, because we're spoiled with talent and depth in the Australian athletics scene at the moment, and just so much excitement and so much buzz in the air, especially after you look at what happened at those World Championships last year. I think a lot of the other countries are looking at Australia as a powerhouse athletics nation, and it's exciting. And these national championships are really important for our athletes who are hoping to get selected at the Olympic Games later this year in Paris. So it's a first step where they can show their form and compete against their peers, and gosh, there's some talent.
So we were away quickly and then brought back. So we'll restart here in the men's 1500 metre para championship of Australia.
Just some nerves for the starter as well. It's a big occasion for these athletes, and this is a quality field that we have lined up in this para-athletic 1500 metre final.
So we're away here. The para 1500 metre final is away. It looks like Angus Hinksman. It may be on the inside of the rail there in that open event. So we are off, and it looks like it might be championship racing. So Hinksman beforehand said he wants to try and follow along the Reese Edwards of the world. There's plenty of talent in and amongst here at first 150 metres. Edwards isn't going to waste any time, so he's in those Nike silks. You can see our under 20 men are dispersed in and amongst it. Looks like the Queenslander is going to tuck in behind him there. So the shades of the Ollie Hawes with those glasses on. He looks fantastic out there. And sorry, it's Langdon. So Langdon will lead it. Hinksman there sitting in third. And this pack is fractured early, so it's a big group out in front who are going to just follow through. These three out in front certainly look comfortable, but they do have a bit of a gap back to the under-20s here. A big group of Victorians it is who's going to be in pursuit. So up and away here, not wasting any time to go and get after pace. It'll be around that 64, 65 second point here through the first 400, so they're moving through nicely, Townsend.
Yeah, and Reese Langdon is controlling this race, the Victorian who's coached by Tim O'Shannessy. He had his team debut for Australia in 2023 at those World Para Athletics Championships, began his athletics journey to the letterbox, would you believe? Running to the letterbox. Now, not like yours and my letterbox, Mitch. We're talking about a farm in Goulburn. It was about 2 kilometres to that letterbox and back. So grew up playing soccer and has had a great rise into para-athletics and is looking to run even faster this season.
So Langdon it is leads it out. Hinksman wants to be a part of it. So he's just going to rival up on the shoulder of our early race leader. And these two are very familiar with each other's racing styles. So they're just going to follow through here now. The group behind Malone, it is the Victorian. He's sitting there in fourth. So he's on the outside shoulder looking good. They might just drop one off here potentially. And they are looking strong, though, it must be said, through this opening nearly 800 metres. So it'll be interesting to see what the moves are like here, Tamsin. You know better than anybody else, although 1500, not necessarily your caper. This is where the race starts to get very interesting. You need to switch on, you need to focus, and the moves look like they're being made now.
Well, it's a quality field, isn't it? We've got Hinksman, the South Australian. This is his local track. He's coach Simon Moran. He's grown up with some athletic ability in terms of he could have played football or cricket. He loves his sport, and he's running fantastically there as well in the second position, right on Langdon's shoulders. But you can't discount Dion Kenzie. Dion Kenzie, of course, the Tasmanian, who has done some great things in para-athletics. He's the silver medalist from the Paralympics and a bronze medal in Tokyo as well. So look for him. His coach, Phil O'Saunders, has done great things with Dion Kenzie. So this is a quality field. It's bunched. There's 4 at the bell.
So here we roll now. It's going to be Hinksman. De Malone now moves on the outside shoulder there of Langdon. And Kenzie, as you mentioned, in fourth. He's so poised. He knows exactly how to run these sort of races. So he goes around Malone now. We'll ask the question. Wants to follow suit there with Langdon. Though Hinksman looks so strong. He made that move about 400 metres ago. He now just gets right up on them here. And it's Hinksman who's going to start to stretch them out.
Hinksman's looking great down the back straight. He really has started to push the pressure, but he hasn't managed to drop Langdon. It's a race in 2 at the moment with 200 metres to go.
So 200 metres remaining. It's Hinksman out in front. He was brave. He moved with 500. Wanted to try and get rid of Langdon as early as he could, but he's tough. So he sits right on the shoulder now. Hinksman starts to stretch away. He's been ultra impressive over this domestic season. Leaves the door slightly ajar there for Langdon. So Langdon now starts to move through the inside. He sensed it, and away he goes. So Langdon up the track now. He strides away. He saw his opportunity and he seized it. 3:57.97 back to Hinksman. The shush to the crowd there from Langdon. Ultra impressive. Malone over Kenzie. And they got a bit of a gap there from 3rd to 4th. Great racing from Malone to get over the top. But wow, that was impressive. He was challenged early, Langdon. Beats the chest. He's very happy with that one.
It's fantastic racing. As we could see, we had the 1,500 metre open and under 20 in the same race. So a great effort by Reece Langdon to get over the top. He was passed by Hinksman and then managed to stay calm, cool and collected, and regrouped and came back past Hinksman in that last 80 metres and looks fresh as a daisy. Looks like he could keep going even further, doesn't he, Mitch?
He certainly does. He timed his race to perfection. If you ever want to study how to race a 1,500 metres tactically, you'd probably go back and watch a race like that, because Tamsin, he saw his opportunity, 120 metres to go. He saw them move out slightly for him, and he just went straight on through. Impressive from Hinksman. He was brave. He put it out there and did everything he could to take out the likes of a Reece Langdon, but he showed too strong time-wise in the end there for Reece Langdon.
It was brilliant racing, sub 4 minutes, and Hinksman on his home track ran really well. Reece Langdon, I love how he got into athletics. He used to play soccer. He walked into the Institute of Sport when he was living up there in Canberra, and he saw a coach and asked if he could join in a session. Do you know who that coach was? No. Matty B. Yeah, so he owes a lot to Matty B, he said, for letting him join in that session. He said that session was pretty darn tough, so Matty B didn't take it easy on him either. He was wrecked after it, but he was hooked.
No surprises there. Daniel Malone as well. He's run a personal best, a lifetime best of 4:04.63. So great racing there from the young Victorian. He always shows out, does Daniel Malone. He is everywhere. So he'll have a big team behind him there. The Gav Burrons of the world will be very happy about that one. So impressive, the Eastern Track Club member. He's come through with a lifetime best. So good way to kick things off here at Tamsin in our men's open and under 20 para 1500. The women will be on shortly. But great racing here to kick off a fantastic afternoon of athletics.
Maloney had a great start to the competition here, the Olympic bronze medalist. Ran 10.60, I think it was, in the 100. 10.50, 10.50. And he's already jumped 7.31. Angus Clover of New Zealand, 10.73 and a 6.90. Cedric Dublet jumped 10.90, ran 10.90 and then 7.17. He actually looked great on the runway, Cedric, and he's been in really good form. He's had some good jumps in the 7.70s plus, but just the 7.17. Got one more jump to go, but Ash will be happy with his start at 10.50 and 7.31. Cameron Newton-Brown, we mentioned string of PBs yesterday to set up her first day in the women's heptathlon, and they are underway. They've already had the long jump. Women's hammer also commencing, so we'll keep an eye on that, the women's open hammer qualification. But Mitch, they're on the track for the next track event, and got a group of these para 1500 metres this morning. It's great to see the combined events, long program all day, every day for 9 days, once we add in the juniors as well. And you're sounding a little husky already, Mitch. You have a big night, or you're just working through just the vocal cords You need some honey.
It's just a readjustment, Dave. I wish it was a big night of pizza, maybe, but that was about it. So, no, you'll have me for the full 9 as well, which is concerning.
Yeah, you've got a long haul in front of you.
Did you end up going with the pineapple on the pizza, Mitch?
I did,
or?
and I stayed far away from that,
Okay.
Tamsin. And those listening, if you put pineapple on the pizza, turn it off. No, keep it on. But it was disappointing. Jacob did, so it's a bit disappointing. But it was stayed nice and calm. You know, didn't dabble in the Adelaide nightlife, so stayed away from it, which is the most important thing.
Tamsin?
I fell asleep without dinner because I was exhausted. It was a big day of athletics.
You've always been the life of the party.
I know, but I was still pumped about those under 20 sprint races. They were just brilliant, weren't they?
Incredible, yeah. And those heats of the 200s this morning as well were impressive. Gout. I'll tell you what, it was an interesting at the end of the day yesterday. What did he say? I'm ready for the 200. I didn't see any man more prepared for that 200 this morning than him. So the women as well were impressive. One of our World Junior qualifiers with the time missed the finals. That just goes to show the depth of what we're going to see. So incredible.
It's also good for those juniors to know that there is heartbreak as you come through those junior ranks, but there's still light at the end of the tunnel. It's not the be-all to end-all. So if you have missed that final or if you haven't had as good a race as that you would have hoped to, it's about experience.
So we'll restart here. It's our women's under 20 and open para 1500 metre championship of Australia. Just clean up the toes on the line and we'll be underway shortly. Just like that, we're off. So our women's open and under 20 para 1500 metre championship of Australia. A strong field out here. So a field of 6 will do battle over the 3 3/4 distance, the metric mile. So opening 100 already starts to split up ever so slightly. 2 will go after it. It looks like potentially the Victorians will be the 1-2 tandem. A slight gap back to the rest of this field, but we'll let them feel it out through the first 200 metres. But certainly a bit of pace injected early here, Tamsin.
Certainly is, Mitch. I mean, this is a quality field. We've joined the under 20 race together with the senior race. There's 6 athletes out there competing. Watch out for Georgia Pounding in the open para 1500 metres, the Victorian, who is, I think, sitting there in second place. She's had a great season so far, and actually, if you can believe, won a competition earlier this year at Federation Square, dressing up as Taylor Swift. So she won a free trip to the Philippines after her mum, who actually owns the shopping queue, the Masquerade costume shop, and so she dressed up as Taylor Swift and she won a prize for being the best dressed Swiftie.
Well, if nothing else, then that's the biggest win of your year. You're doing a fantastic job. So Pounding it is in second. Winning the best Swiftie would be hard to do. She's going to have to chase after.
I'm sorry, I've just got to come in here. That's a staggering story, Tamsin. Is it actually true, or have you just made it up?
No, it is definitely true.
How good is that?
Yep. Her mum helped her with the costume. And I've actually bought some costumes from that shop for some dress-up parties.
Did she get to go to a concert in the Philippines?
She won a trip to the Philippines. I'm not sure.
To see Taylor?
No, I don't think it's to see Taylor Swift.
Okay.
It's just a trip she won,
Well
having
done.
been the
That's
best
already
dressed.
a winner. That's the best prize in Australian athletics this year.
Well,
she'll have to chase now, though, the Taylor Swift lookalike, or I'm not sure if it was a lookalike contest or not, but Georgia Pounding, she'll have to get up the track and chase down Annabelle Coleman, the Victorian, as well.
Well, Annabelle Coleman, another great athlete, having a really good season. The 20-year-old who was born in Switzerland, went to primary school in the UK and has been running great over the 800 and 1500, being a record holder in that under 20 age group. She's studying childcare studies as well and was 8th on debut at those Para World Championships.
So she's up here and she's impressive at the moment, Annabelle Coleman. So lifetime best of 4:42, season's best of 4:43. That would have been around the Victorian Championships as well. So Coleman, she's in form and now she's really just starting to show what she's made of. So Coleman out, it's about 80 metres now, stretches back there to Pounding. The next one up in the Women's Open was Belinda Scott of New South Wales, the Tasmanian as well, and Emily H. Berger, she's there in 4th. So obviously this is how it's spread out, 1 through 4 for us to read beautifully. The 2 Victorians as well in Legue and Guinea, they're the next 2 up the track, but it's an ultra impressive, well-timed performance at the moment from Annabelle Coleman.
So it is the race in two parts. Remember, we've got that open senior race happening and the under-20 race, and at the moment we have Legu and Guinea doing very well. Lexi Guinea also competed yesterday. She's a talented athlete, a multi-class triathlete, as well as doing very well on the track.
So we'll have a look at the time here as well as it works through. So that's 3:25. So anything 78 seconds and under will be a lifetime best here for Annabelle Coleman. So Coleman's up the track. She'll be pursuing herself. She wants to run as fast as she possibly can. Next one up is going to be Georgia Pounding. Entering into this home straight, Belinda Scott, H. Berger, then Legu, and you mentioned Guinea, who is that multi-talented athlete. So she might even just be in front of Legu out there. But up the track, moving now, it must be said, the new injection, Annabelle Coleman. She's up there.
Well, she's a quality athlete. She does have those qualification standards for the Paralympics in Paris later this year. And look at her stylishly starting to open up that leg stride down the back straight. And she's well and truly on her way to the home run.
Absolutely. So she is flying here, Annabelle Coleman. She is 100 metres ahead in this Women's Open Para Championship. She'll come down, be the fastest time, wait for the points to be adjusted at the end of all of this as well, and the percentages. But Annabelle Coleman, she'll round into the final 110 in Tams, and this has been textbook.
It's been textbook quality running, and you know, what a star. Annabelle Coleman, 20 years of age and doing great things in para-athletics, and I think this is going to be a big season, certainly a name to watch out for those at those Paralympics.
So certainly put it up in lights. Annabelle Coleman chases a lifetime best, 38, 39, she's got it. 4:40 yes. There for Annabelle Coleman. She's well under the lifetime best of 4:43 and 4:42. She'll be so impressed with that.
Another Paralympic qualifier for Annabelle Coleman. Put your hands together. That was a fantastic race. As we see Georgia Pounding coming to the finish line as well.
So Georgia Pounding, she's very fast down here to try and pursue it. She'll be over 5 minutes, and that's a great race from her. So well done to Georgia Pounding. That's 5:04, call it around the marker there. And she'll embrace Annabelle Coleman and say a massive congratulations to her. Entering the home straight, Belinda Scott, H. Berger of Tasmania as well, not too far away. But that was fantastic racing at the front of it, as now Belinda Scott will come down, 50 metres to go. H. Berger now will try and pick up the steam as well and get as close to her as possible. She'll be just over the 5:30 marker here, ladies and gentlemen. But great racing from Belinda Scott of New South Wales. She'll cross it in third. Obviously wait for everything to be adjusted afterwards, but great racing. H. Berger now too in there. And now two women's under 20 athletes. They've got 200 metres to go.
And all the athletes are T20 athletes, so we'll go by the finishing places on the track here, so we can say that definitely Annabelle has got that gold medal. And we have the under 20 race that's still underway. The two athletes, Amelie League and Lexi Guinea, still out on the track, and they are vying for those medals.
So they'll come into the straight now. We've got 100 metres to go remaining, 150 for both. So a big round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen, for our two Victorians in this under 20 event. They're going to come down and crash the tape. Lexi Guinea, I believe it is, will come down here with 50 metres to go. So Lexi Guinea, she'll be the national champion for the women's under 20 para 1500. She might just etch under 6:30, just on it. So under 6:28 for Lexi Guinea. Fantastic racing. And Amelie Legu, here she comes now. She'll round it out. She'll be under 7 minutes without a doubt. And she'll come home with a silver medal in the women's under 20 para 1500.
Awesome effort by the athletes out there. And you know, they've got the tan race next weekend as well. And both Annabelle Coleman and Georgia Pounding have found themselves on the tan track fastest lap marker, which is such a good addition to that tan track in Victoria around the Botanical Gardens, that they've added the para multi-class fastest lap as well.
And it's digital. So it's all digital there. You can see it all across. They've done a great job there. They run the tan crew, and they really highlight these para athletes just so incredibly well. So they'll be going at it again, I'm sure, next week to go and chase after some prize money too.
Decathlon long jump. Alec Diamond's now got the longest leap at 7:35. Good performance from him after a foul, and then 6:87. Ash Maloney 6:31 or 7:31. Then Cedric Dubler 7:17. Martin Clark, the Queenslander, on the runway. So his best jump so far 6:12. We're in the third round here. Maloney leading overall ahead of Liver, the New Zealander, then Dubler. And Diamond's improved his position up to 5th spot. We just saw the women's hammer throw qualifying conclude. Longest throw was Renee Hardy, 55.57. Clark charges in, looking for something over the 6 metre mark. Alia Canepa, personal best in second, 55.04. Cara Baker, 53.18. And the 10th qualifier was Emily Thomas, 48.48. So the top 10 going through. Remember, you can download the Roster Athletics app to search all of these results, live results from the field, round by round. And you see the track results as they pop up. Tim Scarr next on the runway from the ACT. 6:31 so far. You look at those standings in the long jump after Maloney ran that 10.50 to kick things off. Nice little tailwind here, plus you can see a plus 1.6. No illegal wins, and a nice tailwind. So Scarr, can he improve on the 6:31 after a foul? Looks like it's close to that. Gets the white flag. His third round attempts. So Ash Maloney and Cedric Dubler down towards the bottom of the list here. It's already seen the New Zealander Liver have his third and final attempt, 7.05. Under 20s are in the back straight. A busy day. 400 hurdles up next. So men's 400 hurdles first round, followed by the women's. Been a competitive event this summer. Enjoyed seeing some new faces. Chris Douglas, the defending champion. It's been Tom Hunt who's been the main man. He won in Canberra and Bankstown. Japanese visitor Tamaka in the decathlon. Hunt's been impressive. He's scored a good win in Canberra in 50.33 and then one in Bankstown. It wasn't on the Sydney Track Classic program, but it was part of the Continental Tour meet along with the Milers Australian Mile Championships at Bankstown, and he won there ahead of Connor Fry. Chris Douglas, the defending champion. Fry's a national champion. And Hunt looking to collect his first. He's the fastest man in the country so far, Tamsin.
There's a whole bunch of them, isn't there, with a bit of talent around that 50 flat mark, and all of them are desperate just to push that next barrier, get under the 50, and then start to be consistent sub-50 runners over the 400 hurdles. Thomas Hunt, the 22-year-old, has just had a fantastic season, that 50.33 personal best, and then he's gone 50.44, 50.53, 50.66, and you know when an athlete starts to be really consistent around those sort of times, that next jump in level is right there.
100%, and he's just been ultra impressive every time he goes over the sticks too. His final few hurdles, typically, obviously, you know, you're cramping up, you're getting tired, but Thomas Hunt, he just makes it look so effortless, and that's where he got the best of Fry over this season. Now, I know Connor's very confident. He's saying, look, he might not get as lucky in these national championships, so these two have a very healthy rivalry going on as well, as do all these athletes. But if Thomas Hunt is in front with 2 hurdles to go, he's a hard man to chase down, and he's proved that across this domestic season.
Yes, and that Olympic qualifier of 48.70, it's really hard. So these points, that point system is really important for these athletes to try and be in that quota of athletes that perhaps doesn't run the 48.70 but pushes ahead. And I know that Tom, if he runs sub 50, then he probably will head over to Europe and try and chase some more races to try and get on that team. But the interesting thing you mentioned about that finishing strength that he now has, he said that that's something that he's been working on because he's had the last few years out injured, foot problems, patella tendinopathy, and he's changed his training a little bit more, focused on recovery, and he's worked on that back end of the 400 hurdles, and it's certainly showing.
Without a doubt. So Tom Hunt, he's been just so consistent, and it's great to see, obviously, off the back of those injuries, somebody being able to come into an Olympic cycle and really etch their name as somebody to watch. So he's in red. He's second from the inside of the track if you're looking for him. The big hulking figure of Tom Hunt. He's one to watch here in the first. First two will go through automatically. The next two fastest times spread across all three. We'll join them from there. So away cleanly, Rogers to Hunt, Broadhead, Chen, Wright, Payne, Keynes and Londre. That's how they read from inside to out. So we mentioned Tom Hunt. He's a man to watch in the red. So second from the inside of the track. He's going to be in pursuit of our visitor from Taipei and Chen. He's a 48 man at his best, 51 this season. So Tom Hunt, he'll have somebody to drag him up this track here.
Chen's gone out really fast, hasn't he, from lane 5. He's really making Thomas Hunt work, but Thomas Hunt looks like he's almost just in sub-max mode. He just wants to get through this round cleanly.
Absolutely. So he wants to be in that top two. They're the ones who will automatically qualify. Next two fastest times spread across all the heats will join them from there. Also moving well, the New South Welshman in Lauren Dett. He's quite comfortable up on the shoulder of Thomas Hunt. So Hunt will rival up on Chen. He might move past him there for the second spot. He does. He's in front, Hunt. Chen, he'll be challenged. And that's close from Ron Laundrette on the outside. But Thomas Hunt, he's clean. He's through 51.24. He'll be happy with that.
He'll be really happy. And he looks so sub-max, even from the start. If you watch him going over that first hurdles, Lauren Day finished really strongly over the back end there and almost got Chen on the line. But he'll be pretty happy with that run because I think it's a pretty fast time for Lauren Day. But I think that Thomas Hunt looked definitely like he was just making sure that he controlled the race. He had that beautiful luxury of being in lane 3 and being able to watch the field. But you can see here as he's going over that final hurdle, it's a little bit messier than you would usually see Tom Hunt when he's really full throttle and pedal down to the ground. He's had to work a little bit hard off the last hurdle, but he's so super strong, isn't he? You see that Chen just relaxed a little bit and perhaps shouldn't have done that. He just didn't know that Lauren Day out there in lane 9, who didn't have that luxury of seeing where the field was for most of the race, really found a second gear and was able to push for that line.
No, and he was so strong, Lauren Day, over that final 100. You just thought he was going to put himself in contention. He did well to lunge so late there, but you're right, Thomas Hunt. He looked a little almost choppier over that last 100, or that last hurdle, I should say, than what you typically see. So he'll get through comfortably. It's a big sigh of relief. Yeah. He's through. He knows that he can now relax and get ready for a final. And the man that he's probably looking at the most is in the next heat, Connor Fry. He'll be in the middle of the track. So they'll all be watching each other, I assume. Not too many people tend to walk off the track or not know what's going on, so they'll be watching.
Well, because it is one of those events that is so close, you know, I think Tom Hunt's clearly got that fast, you know, favourite tag from the way that he's run the season. But, you know, the National Championships is another beast in itself. There's other elements that come into it, that heat run and then the final and going through the nerves of knowing that this is the one that counts for the domestic season. So, you know, you'll be nervous and athletes will have to expend a little bit. And sometimes in a 400 hurdles, it is harder, the heat run, because you're trying to make sure that you still get your stride pattern right and keep that energy expenditure exactly how you want it through the race. But if you get it just a little bit wrong and you pull off the accelerator just a little bit too early and you have to then re-accelerate, it can take a little bit out of you.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, learning textbook here from the 400-metre hurdle. Sensation. I can't contribute anything of note to this conversation outside of the fact that he looked good, felt good, finished good. That's the most important thing.
It's a good point, Mitch, because back in black and white, when was it? 2009, the national champion in the 400 hurdles for women was Tamsin Lewis. 2009. And Tamsin, the difficult thing in this event is that you can't switch off too much because you strike, like you can chop down from 15 to 17 potentially, but it's really you've got to keep going until you get to the last hurdle, otherwise you can have some difficulty. So
yeah,
we talked about it yesterday with Nina Kennedy in the pole vault. She did come off a short run, but you've got to attack it, and that's what these guys have to do because the technicalities of the stride pattern are so unique to each athlete. But they need to go pretty strongly.
And it's also, in a heat run, getting used to the track. Like every track shape can be a little bit different. And so getting used to that hurdle pattern and getting your strides on a new track is something that you can practice in that heat round if you're confident that you're going to make it through. So you might think, I'm going to hit the target plan that I'll go for in the final for 6 and then switch it down a little bit earlier.
There's a couple to watch here. Obviously, we mentioned Connor Fry. He's in lane number 5, so he's in the middle of the track. Second from the outside, though, Angus Proudfoot. He is also a 50-point runner, 50.89 this year, 50.3 his lifetime best. So, Tamsin, these two are probably the two to watch for the autos, but inside as well, Bryce Collins. It's quick, this heat.
Yeah, it's definitely getting back into shape. Angus Proudfoot, the 26-year-old. Both him and Connor are 26. Connor, the physio from Victoria. He was second at the Australian Championships last year and won it in 2022.
So we're away cleanly. Collins, Crow, Neil, Fry, Scarman, Jeffrey, Proudfoot and Crawford. That's from the inside to the out. So Connor Fry is a man to watch in the middle of the track. He's been the national champion before, second last year. Following along with him on the inside will be also Bryce Collins and Proudfoot. He's out fast and setting the tempo.
Proudfoot's gone out really fast, but I'm loving the stride pattern of Connor Fry. He looks super relaxed and he's hitting those strides so easily. He looks wonderful.
So he looks effortless at the moment, Connor Fry in the middle of the track in the all black. So Fry's already up on the shoulder there of Proudfoot. He'll enter into the home straight just about alongside him. But now Proudfoot maybe starts to sense that danger ever so slightly. So he edges a little bit further away from Fry. It's the top two that are automatic. So one flight of hurdles remaining and they're both clear. So these two will go through to the final. A matter of pride. Angus Proudfoot gets it. 51.42 to Fry. Maybe on the inside there. Might have been Neil, but great racing from these two, Tamsin, and that is a really, really good performance from Angus Proudfoot.
Yeah, he certainly looked like he put a lot of effort into that one, Proudfoot. He didn't take his foot off the pedal at too much at all. Now, Proudfoot, he won the New South Wales Championship heat and then pulled out of the final, so I'm really glad to see him out there racing first and foremost, and he looked good. So he looks like he is in that 50 flat shape. And he got the job done, but I think it'll be one of those ones where he just wanted to tick that box and know that still had it in him and looked great. But in contrast, I feel like Connor Fry didn't look like he got out of that top gear. He looked so sub-max down the back straight. He was running effortlessly and relaxed. And even here, you just think that he went in with a race plan to get the job done, get that automatic qualifier. He finished second. He controlled the race. He probably will have a sore neck from looking around so much in that last 40 metres. But great job by both the two that we thought would make it through.
So looking likely at the moment, well, Matthew Crow's in that second qualifying spot at 52.62, along with Rowan Laurenday at 51.56. So Crow and Laurenday, who are the third place getters in the opening two heats, have got the small queue at the moment with one of these heats to go. Final on Sunday of this 400 hurdles, as the women's will be. Always a slight advantage for the final of the heats. Just saw Cedric Dubler have his final attempt in this decathlon long jump. Always a bit concerned when I see a long jumper in the hat. Marquise Dendy, the best exponent of that, the American.
I don't get it, Dave.
No, it makes no sense. No sense. Jelly van der Harm of New South Wales. Sorry, Jelly, but the hat, you can't. Henry Smith jumps in the hat as well, and I've told him that it's not acceptable. It's not in the code.
What about Dave Waddle?
Well, he won the 800 Olympic title in a hat, famously. So I think distance runners are a little different. Doesn't quite. Maybe there's a reason, but I'm not a subscriber.
Yeah, in the long jump. What if it's loose?
Well,
what if it falls off?
Dendy wears it backwards, but I just don't understand. I don't understand a lot, but I'd understand that. Remember at Stall last week when Tom Pello, who got disqualified for inconsistent performances, he turned up in a pair of board shorts and a hat and charged down and almost won his heat.
Do you remember Okabare, the Nigerian, when she was in the long jump hit?
Lost her wig.
Lost her wig.
Wig?
Yeah, so, and I mean, where do you measure it? From where the wig lands or
Well,
like where the hat
I can also
lands,
tell you with her, that wasn't the least of her problems.
Yeah, no,
Because she had some other issues as well that resulted in a little bit of time on the sidelines. I'm glad you raised her, Tamsin.
But just talking about things on your head as a long jumper.
I never had any of those issues. I did wear sunglasses, but the hat, I don't get. Anyway, long jump's finished, and Maloney 7:39, the longest jump, ahead of Diamond 7:35 and Dubler 7:17 as third and final heat, Mitch, of the 4 hurdles is about to launch.
Yeah, and the one to watch, third from the outside, Joshua Hook, the Western Australian. So 50.9, another in that 50-second marker. No hat as well, so that's a good start for this 400 hurdles, and we'll call them out as they get underway, but he's certainly the one here.
Yeah, and he hadn't broken 52 seconds before this year, having a great season.
So we're all clean here across all 3 heats. Pekka, Rorison, Coesta, Dobie, McFadden, Hook, Focus and Spargo. That's how they read. So third from the outside, Hook. He's the fastest in this field and he's just going to pick them up pretty quickly here. And now they're moving through quite fast as well through the first 200.
Yeah, McFadden, Hook and Focus are all... No one's made the stagger up. They look so even there. The 4 of them actually running really, really well. So this is going to be a race in the back half.
So it'll be interesting to see how they do pick up this stagger now. They're about to enter into this home straight and we'll get the best read on it. So as they make their way in now, it is going to be Focus. Inside of his shoulder is Joshua Hook. So the 50-point man wants to get right up on Focus. The next 2 behind him there, McFadden and Dobie battling it out for third. But these 2 out in front, they're clear. Focus and Hook, they're going to go through automatically. Watch the times now. That's the important part. McFadden will have to wait. But those 2 out in front, that was smooth over the final 200.
Yeah, the 22-year-old Mark Focus, he had a great run there from lane 8, the athlete studying Bachelor of Sports and Exercise Science. He was second at the New South Wales Championships in that 51.26, and he ran a really controlled race and looks really confident and happy with that one.
He looks stoked. The double thumbs up, straight down to the family and friends, so he's very happy with that one, his Focus.
Well, he had good form too, see? He's using his arms nicely, has the good hurdle arms over that 9th hurdle, comes up to the 10th one, looks supremely confident. Had to pull it back a little bit because he's not pushing and pressing to that 10th hurdle like he will do in the final, but controlled it really nicely.
Yeah, looks smooth.
And McFadden has got the small Q, so he gets into the final at 52.56. Still the potential to run 9 in the final, which I think doesn't come up on our result information, but I think we've seen so far that 9 is the preference.
Well,
so maybe Crow can get through.
We do have an international in the final.
Yeah, so I think it's likely that he would make it through Crow, but there's confirmation. Focus ahead of Hook and McFadden, the top 3 from the 3rd heat. Bit of work to do to challenge Tristan Thomas's meet record at 49.26, and a lot of work to do to join Rohan Robinson at 8 titles. It's not a bad effort, is it, to win 8?
It's impressive.
He's a name that doesn't get spoken about enough, I reckon. He had an absolute dominance over that event for such a period of time.
Great Atlanta Olympics too, where he was just in touch for the medals as they came into the straight. He was so aggressive.
Did he finish 6th in those?
Either 5th or 6th. KVK was in the hurdles final as well.
Yeah, they were brilliant. We had great men's hurdles at those 1996 Atlanta Olympics.
There's the summary. So Hunt, Proudfoot, visitor from China's Taipei, Chen, Lauren Day, 51.55. So when you see that extra time, we'll just split to the 1,000 so you can see it. They would both have 51.55 for the record book. Focus and Hook. Fry, bit of work to do. You're not discounting his chances though, Mitch?
No, absolutely not. He's a man who's shown it over a period of time that he can win these things. So he's always around the marker. Last year in Europe, he had a really strong pursuit to get under that 50 and went so close to it as well a handful of times. So he's clearly a class competitor, and coached by Dan Bailey himself, was a great junior athlete. So he's got a great connection with him. So I'm sure him and Bales will walk away and really reassess going into this final.
Looked great, and Rowan Robinson was 5th. You were right there.
Well, you were right.
I think I
was
said
guessing.
6th, and
Did
you
you?
went 5th.
And I went 5th,
yeah,
so I was right.
No,
I'm surprised
no, actually,
at
just
that.
don't go back to the tape. I was right.
Sarah Carley is the 2-time champion here. She's won the last 2 titles. Of course, Lauren Bowden, 13 of them she collected. Debbie Flintoff King, 7, and Tamsin 1. Yana won 3. She holds the meet record at 53.95. But Sarah has been the one to watch this season, as you would expect, winning in Canberra and Bankstown. Fastest time of 55.37. came at that Canberra Track Classic, and she's in this opening heat.
And she has her training partner, Brodie Mate, just on the outside of her, who's also a national bronze medalist from last year as well. So, but Sarah Carley is an Olympian, will want a smoother run into Paris, I could imagine, for these Olympics. But she has been going fantastically. Started off the season just brilliant with that opening hurdles race. She's worked on her raw speed as well. And so I think that's one of the things that's really starting to catapult her up into the global, finalist sort of chat over this event.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Sarah Carley, she's such a lovely person as well. She talks about just this enjoyment that she has back, not just in athletics, but in life and everything surrounding it. And you can't put a price on something like that for the way that you can compete. And she's going to get out there here and she'll really feel comfortable out here in these heats. But that final, I reckon she's going to drop the hammer should she be able to get through. So Sarah Carley, second from the inside. She is the one that we're talking about. She is the one to watch.
Definitely the one to watch. And she'll be also wanting to make that 4x400 metre team as well. Her 400 flat time has been going pretty well as well.
2+2, same situation as for the men here. 3 heats, women's 400 hurdles.
So a strong field, heat number 1 of 3, Smith, Carley, Mast, Villy, Douglas, Elvie and Brown. So obviously the one to watch, second from the inside is Sarah Carley, and she is out like a rocket. So she has picked up nearly the entire stagger on her outside shoulder, has Sarah Carley, and she is up the track, Tamsin, and she looks so controlled.
Yeah, she certainly showed her intentions from the gun there. She used a sprint drive phase out of the blocks and really attacked that first hurdle. She was up to her training partner Brodie Mate's shoulders as soon as she got over that first hurdle. She's such a wonderful technician over these hurdles. She's starting to drop back that stride pattern now and really is able to just coast home.
So Sarah Carley, 2 flights of hurdles remaining, and you can see she's hit the cruise control. So Sarah Carley will just get over, just staggers slightly there into that hurdle, but she'll get over this one nicely. The rest of the field now going to try and make up this effort. Mate, her training partner you mentioned, sitting in second over the top there. Our French competitor might not get there. Carley to Mate. So 58.27, Sarah Carley does what she needs to do. She'll be off to the final.
Yeah, no, she completely switched off in that last 100 metres, and we had an unfortunate incident for Susie Douglas, the Queenslander, who just tripped on that 10th hurdle, but Sarah Carley, she looks like she is really ready to go here. That was fantastic speed out of the blocks, and it almost looked like when she was coming into the front straight, she was probably really interested to see how her training partner Brodie was going. So she looked totally relaxed. Look at her. She looked around before she'd even got to the 9th, and that's where she sort of had to do an outside step to try and make sure she got that stride pattern right to that 9th. But still, got the job done. She's clearing the hurdles nicely. She's such a wonderful technician, and just so super smooth and sub-max in that last 100 metres. Certainly has a lot more to give in the final.
Certainly does. So she would have put the rest of this field on notice because you mentioned it, but that starting dry phase was blistering. By the time I'd read all the names, she'd picked up the stagger. So she was a mile ahead through the first 2 hurdles, and that's just ultra impressive. Looks like her training partner will go through 59.08 there for Brodie Mate. So that's a really good performance as well there in the heats.
Yeah, and it's so nice seeing an uninjured and healthy Sarah Carley, because leading into those Olympics for Tokyo, she dissected her carotid artery, which is not something that you see a lot in an athletics injury. She was in the gym, an unfortunate accident that actually was a life and death situation. So she's come back from that. It's taken time, and so she didn't go into Tokyo as fit and as fast as she would have liked, but she was healthy, which is the wonderful thing. And she had a great season last season, leading into Hungary's World Championships with a 54.66 race. And she was a bit disappointed with how the World Championships race panned out, but I feel like last year was a really step up in performance for Sarah Carley, and you can see cruising a 58.25, but she's another athlete of ours that's gone sub 55 seconds, and that's world class in this event, and she'll be really pressing to try and make that final this year.
Absolutely. So you can see there the small Qs currently 59.17, 101.54. Paige Elvie fourth there with the 101.54. So the top 2 automatic next 2 fastest times. Heat number 2, they're behind the blocks now, so they'll get underway shortly. And one of the ones to watch in this field, in fact, the fastest of them all, Marley Wilkinson. She has really just put her name up in lights in this event domestically across the country. She's put herself towards the top 10, maybe even on number 10 marker all time this year. So she's had a really, really impressive year as Marley Wilkinson. She's in the middle of the track in the white, but Tamsin, she's been the one that's really been pushing Sarah Carley, pushed her right all the way in Bankstown as well.
She's been fantastic, such a find this year. I mean, last year, Dave and I were in the foyer of Sydney Track Classic, and she was excited because she got a room upgrade, and now she's like really upgraded into finals and medal talk, and not just medal talk. She's a chance for that gold.
Away, Bennett's, Palmer, Wilkinson, Chapman, Russell, Powell and Pye. So Marley Wilkinson in the wide in the middle. She's been the one to watch here in this second heat, but she's going to get a little bit of work because it looks like Pye or maybe even Powell, the Victorian, who's out there flying. So Wilkinson in the middle of the track now, Tamsin. She's picked them up and she's looking so smooth.
Yeah, Marley Wilkinson is having such a great season, and the thing about Marley is at the moment she's just running with such confidence. Her 400-metre flat speed has improved out of sight. Got that nice forward lean. You can tell with her stride pattern she's switched off a little bit, so she's not attacking into those hurdles. See how she's blocking a little bit as she comes in because she's still trying to make sure she conserves some energy for the final, because look how far in front she is.
Well, she's running a beautiful race here at Marley Wilkinson. So much like we saw in the first one with Sarah Carley, Wilkinson will start to slow it down now. Another that's coached by Dan Bailey, the Connor Fry stable. So Wilkinson is over. She's going to take this one out. It's now the battle for second. Who can get there? So Wilkinson's going to be the one to take out the win. And the next one coming through there was Alicia Bennett's from the ACT. So Wilkinson to Bennett's 58.36. It'll be interesting to see where third and fourth were there on times, chasing those small cues. But Marley Wilkinson, she's through to that final.
And interesting to see Alicia Bennett's running in the open race. The 18-year-old who's a fantastic junior. She's part of that Maddie B squad, and you know she's got a 53.5-second 400 personal best, and her personal best in the 400 hurdles is 57.88. But an interesting move to be in the senior race, and has that qualifier for the World Under-20s already, along with Sienna Farrell. So it's maybe she just got an exemption for it, but interesting move.
Yeah, well, she looked really strong over the last, let's say, 2 sets of hurdles as well, the junior. So she did well to maintain her spot. But look at Marley Wilkinson that we see here. She just looks totally in control. Now realises exactly where she is, switches off and says, I'll just see you in 2 days' time. I can't wait to get through to that final. And it's great to see the country's best getting out of these stages and into these finals too.
And such a good, fun person, Marley Wilkinson. She helped me out last year and did some coaching for some schools and hurdle coaching, and she's brilliant fun and just a great youngster and smart cookie as well. So she's like Sarah Carley, works hard off the track. Sarah Carley, of course, was working full-time as a financial advisor, and Marley Wilkinson at university doing great things as well. So both athletes have done well in their heats and have qualified for that final, but it's exciting because I like in a 400 hurdles, we've often seen where Jana Pittman's been doing so well and had no competition, and then Lauren Bowden for so many years was on her own, but we're starting to see some depth, and that means quality competition, and that's what you want to see, and that's where our athletes will get better.
So Claudia Chapman is in the hot seat at the moment, 101.52. Paige Elvey, unfortunately, well, she's in 9th at the moment. So again, with Relay of France most likely 9 through to the final. She's in 59.17, the first of the non-automatic qualifiers. As we look at heat 3 here, Isabel Guthrie, the junior, Danielle Roman, silver medalist in 2023.
And Sarah Klein, of course, the 29-year-old, goes in this heat, came back at the New South Wales Championships. We know that she can run so much faster, didn't race all of 2023, is a 56.07 runner at best, where she was incredible at that Oceania Champs in Townsville, personal trainer and running coach, and that's lane 5, Sarah Klein. So this race looks to be a race in 3. Isabella Guthrie, the world junior athlete that was doing so well in that semi-final, and when she had that mishap.
So Guthrie, she's in that baby blue, second from the inside, so this is the one to watch. So Isabella Guthrie, the junior Tamsin's mentioned, she'll go up against the pedigree of the seniors here. So Reynolds, Guthrie, McDonald, Klein, Larkin and Roman. So these are the three that you need to really be watching out for. It's Isabel Guthrie, the inside junior. She'll be chasing after Klein and Roman, so she gets the benefit of being able to watch, but she's done watching here up the back straight. She's already picked up the stagger.
Yeah, no, Guthrie's really working hard in these first 4 hurdles. She's got the big arm action, and she can tell from the turnover that she's driving fast over 5. Roman's running really well out there on the outside, so that means that Guthrie cannot switch off because she'll feel the Klein is just still there as well. But it's a race in 2 here with Guthrie and just stuttering over that one ever so slightly.
So Isabel Guthrie, she picks herself up and composes. She's now over this with 2 hurdles remaining. So it's Guthrie to Roman, Klein there in 3rd. She'll be chasing after that small cue, but Isabel Guthrie, she's out in front. Danielle Roman always strong over this final hurdle, but it's going to be Guthrie. Roman going to challenge her on the outside, but Guthrie should take it. Guthrie back to Roman it is. So 58.48 was the time. The rest of them come through now. I think that was McDonald who just edged out on the inside of Klein. So we'll have to wait and see how those times go. But that's a great performance there from Isabel Guthrie, and she'll move through to that final.
Fantastic effort there from Isabella Guthrie. You know, we're so used to seeing the sisters, the Guthrie sisters, running so well at junior level, and it's fantastic that they've made that step up into senior ranks and are making an open championship final, which is a great effort in itself in your first full year of as an open athlete. You can see she worked really hard. She's sprinting and practicing that stride pattern that she'll want to use in the finals. You can tell that she's really, really working here and making sure that she trials that stride pattern. She just had a little bit of a mishap at that 7th hurdle where probably where she was starting to get a little bit of fatigue after going so fast to 6. Here it is where she starts to switch down a little bit and just dolly steps into it and just stutters and then just gets over it. And that's what happens sometimes in a heat where you are changing down the pattern to make sure that you still have a lot of energy left for that final. But she got the job done, and it was a good effort by Guthrie.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's really interesting, might be a silly question, but every woman who won these races, the start was blistering. Their first 2-3 hurdles, and I understand that it's the start of the 400-metre hurdles, but of this group of women that we have, who is the best starter? Who's going to get out there and really set this tempo come final time?
I think Sarah Carley is clearly the better technician over that first hurdle. It's something that if you haven't ever run a 400-metre hurdles, running from the start position to get over that first hurdle on the bend, it's not easy. These women are making it look easy, but it is not easy. It's a difficult thing to do, especially if you hit that first one not on your preferred leg. That really adds another element to the situation. And a lot of athletes want to hit it with your preferred leg, and so then they swap their lead legs in the blocks. But then there's also going around to bend to make sure you don't get that hurdle leg going on the inside and you can get disqualified. So you have to be really careful of that first hurdle. It's really difficult, and I think Sarah Carley is just such a professional at it. She does it wonderfully. So I think that over the first, I think you'll see that Sarah Carley will get to 200 first, and then it'll just be how strong Marley Wilkinson comes back at her.
So here's the summary, and I have had it confirmed that they will take 9, in fact taking 9 for all of the track events regardless. So Ashley Palmer will be happy about that. Doesn't have the cue, but she will be in the final and will run 9, so that's good news.
It's great news, and I'm sure Ashley's coming back from having a child, actually, so to be in that final after the birth of her child, she'll be wrapped with that. Great effort.
Something about mums in athletics in this country, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You want to run faster, have a baby.
Didn't work for me.
Well, it can't work for everyone.
I'm thinking.
Well, the modern crop of women that we're seeing.
They are amazing. I have absolutely no idea how they do it, because there's that other element of having a child where they add that they take away your rest time, your downtime.
You've got to look after them,
time.
apparently.
Yeah.
Once they arrive, you then got to deal with them on a daily basis. That's a setback.
It was a big setback, I've got to be honest.
which makes Jess Trengo's effort at Daegu Marathon.
Oh, incredible.
How good.
Young Ellie over there and still feeding, and
how
extraordinary
amazing
to be able to
but
do with all of that. And Jen, of course,
months.
with Archer, who's a dynamo.
He's got more frequent flyers than me,
Yeah,
Archer. He has racked them up.
Correct.
He's got more frequent flyers than you. I love it.
Yeah.
Long jump qualifying, they're warming up. There's Chris Matrevsky, so he'll be one of the favourites. One in Melbourne, 2022 champion. Also one in Sydney, Chris Matrevsky's got the longest jump in Australia this year at 8 metres. It's been an interesting event, the long jump. Liam Adcock and Jalen Rucker, who had the great performance last year in that last round where Adcock got the win with 8.06 ahead of Rucker's 8.02. They haven't been in great form this year. It's been a difficult time for them with passing of Gary Bourne, their coach. Javelin heptathlon is also underway. Let me get an update on that. See how the points are going. So Cameron Newton-Smith still leading. She jumped 6.24 in the long jump. Tori West is in second spot. She jumped 6.08. So when you look at Newton-Smith's scores so far, 13.48 in the hurdles, 184 in the high jump, which was a personal best. 12.94 in the shot put was a personal best. 200, 24.67, which was a personal best. And then that 6.24 is also a heptathlon personal best. So she is well and truly on track for a score in excess of her lifetime best, which is 6,050. Grandfather Colin was a Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the javelin. So that's javelin competition not too far from getting underway. Long jump qualifying. A few of the events on the field that are about to launch into operation. Automatic qualifying in the men's long jump is 7.80. And we've got some relays. You're busily trying to find a start sheet, Tamsin. You've got one?
It's okay. I can just, you know, I'm impressed with the Victorian team. I was just looking over Mitch's shoulder at the start list, and they've really brought their A game to this 4x100 metre men under 20 final. They're starting off with Franklin Neward Jaffoy.
Which is good. They've run a 200, so it's quite difficult. But to be honest, I'm not sure about these relays at the championships. I think that they're difficult to for the athletes to. I know, controversial. It's difficult. Well, we saw yesterday in the Open, we had 3 in one race and 4 in the other.
Yeah.
So that would indicate that that's not widely accepted. So it's pleasing to see a good field here in the under 20s. A little bit more like rubber balls, the youngsters, aren't they? They just get out and compete.
Rubber ball.
Yeah, well, their hamstrings are a little more malleable than, you know, the older athletes. But it's tough. If you've run the hundreds yesterday and you're doing the 200s and you're coming back, so you're still going around, then to running this relay is not an easy thing.
Well, and
anyway, that's just me. Everyone's got a view.
No, it is tough, and it's the programming of where you put them as well, because I actually think they're really important for our athletes to practice the changing of the stick. That's true. Changing of the baton under pressure, and they don't get a lot of opportunities to do that with teammates that are at similar speeds. So I think that it's an important exercise, especially for the under 20 athletes, to get this practice at a national championships. And I'm really excited to see the Victorian team. I mean, they've got Franklin changing to Archer McHugh, which is, you know, that could happen at a World Under 20s.
Without a doubt.
So it's unreal that the Vics are out here competing, and the two youngsters have decided to compete for Victoria. But I love that they've put them passing together, because that's another opportunity for them to practice that scenario that might happen at the World Under 20s later this year.
Well, and the relays this year have been nothing short of incredible, right? An Australian record after an Australian record, from open women to junior. It's been pretty amazing, and these men particularly as well have been incredible. Archer McHugh, he's a man I'm fascinated by, to be quite honest with you. I love the blonde mullet. I love everything that this man stands for. But even watching him in that 200 this morning, there's something about his final, I don't know if you call it an acceleration phase or whatever you would call it in sprinting, his back end is always remarkable. And
his heat of that 100 metre under 20 yesterday, that last 40 metres was something to really get excited about for a 200 metres.
Yeah.
He's got something, doesn't he? He's got a quality.
He's got some spunk. He's got something about him. I really like it. So you're right. The Vics they've really loaded up their relay team here. New South Wales as well. They've got a pretty handy team as well. Sadhil Kumar, he competed this morning too. So it's going to be a cracking race. And yeah, it is timetabling. I can see quite difficult. I just never know where you're meant to put things in a timetable as well, right? You can justify so many different time slots and everything. So a bit of pride pride, I think, the under-20s. It's a bit of pride on the line to see which state can come out on top, but here's a man who's fast on your screen, Franklin Niwa-Jafoy. He's run the world under-20 qualifying time for the 100. He was a part of that relay team as well that broke the record, so he's had a great summer of 2024, it must be said.
He's a quality school-age athlete for Caulfield Grammar when he was running in the APS system down there last year, and he's just taken another step up this year.
So the Victorians to New Zealand, New South Wales, Tasmania and South Australia. That's how they'll read from inside to out. The New Zealanders, last night in that men's open, they were fast. They were blistering, 40 seconds, and they just made a mockery of the rest of the field. So watch to see New Zealand's best also on display.
Yeah, it's tough when you have a state versus a country.
It's a bit outweighed. Yeah. But how many New Zealanders are there really? You know?
Well, World Indoors, they were pretty good.
The best. So away cleanly, pride on the line, not only in the country, but also across the pond. So the Victorians on the inside shoulder of the New Zealanders. New South Wales did it best though. That's a great leg there from Harris. Now he hands off to Kamar, but here comes McHugh, the Victorian. So he rivals up on them here. The New South Wales still out in front. McHugh run a fantastic leg there. So they change over now. The South Australians just inside. The New South Wales team has some work to do. The Victorians are moving. They're going to hand it off to the last man in Parrott. So Parrott gets it for Victoria. He's out. The next one chasing there is Schmidt. He made it through to that 200-metre final. Inside of him, Fairweather. The Victorians in Parrott. They're home. They're hosed. 41.08 for the Vics. Impressive. Great handoffs, great turnover. The South Australians. Gee, Schmidt was impressive this morning in the 2. He's now backed it up with that 100. And back to Team New South Wales. The Vics, they did it best.
They did, and it was interesting watching those changes. You could tell Niwa-Jafoy to McHugh, they kept it so safe. They were very close, so they can extend that when they want to in championships. But it was the South Australians second to third. Akiwelu to Irwin. If we just get a little bit of a shot here, see the South Australians, they're just out of screen at the moment, but they really came into some trouble. Irwin had to put the brakes on. He was getting close to that changeover box, which meant that they lost a lot of time, which was quite helpful because Schmidt was coming home like a steam train on the Victorian team. So I think the South Australians will rue that second change a little bit, but it was a great effort by the Victorians to get the win.
I love the finger up. I love the celebration. I love that you're doing it for your state. It was fantastic. McHugh, who we talked about before, his leg up the back straight was impressive, but you're right, the South Australians, they'll probably go back and reflect a little bit on that change, and he was ultra impressive. He's had a great day out here this morning, it must be said, Lucas Schmidt, because he was great in that 200. He now rails it home there for the South Australians, and that was impressive.
And they had 3 South Australians in that under-20 final from memory, which is an incredible effort by the South Australians. They're doing something right with their sprinting crops coming through. You can see there, Dave, what it means to them to win for their state in the 4x100.
Well, I'm on board this when they're in it, but in the open, no one wanted to run it. So I've got a question mark on that, but I loved it. And I like, I'm with Mitch on Archie McHugh. He's just a recent convert to the sport. Coach Al Tate doing a great job, and he hasn't been doing it for that long, but technically very good. And I love the changes there. It's interesting in the juniors, they seem to be able to get the baton around, and then the more coaches get involved, Tamsin, it seems to go a little bit south, and all of a sudden it changes. The more things in their head.
Well,
Is that too harsh?
No, it's just that if you're watching, there was some really safe changes where they get really
That's
close
the idea,
to each other.
because here's the thing in the relay.
Oh, no, you don't.
Unless the baton, the stick thing, gets to the finish line, then you don't...
True, but you know, when you're running against global powerhouse, if you line up against America and Jamaica and you want to make that
They
final,
do safe changes too.
you still want to stretch
And
a
they
little
do,
bit. You
and
want
they
to
do safe
stretch just
they
a
do safe
little
changes,
bit.
Tamsin.
Just a little bit
They
of
do
stretch.
safe changes.
True.
Harrison Williams has got the long jump qualifier underway as I just have an argument with Tamsin. No, I liked what they did. They're the gold medalists because they did
Safe changes.
safe change. Well, you want to be on the fast side of safe, not the slow side of safe.
Yep.
So there's but I'm just making the point that it was really interesting to see all of those changes there. Good changes, generally, from kids who do a lot of relay running at school and in club competition. And then the further up we go, the more problems we seem to have.
True. And I mean, maybe that's what's important about having them race these relays a little bit more at this level as they're coming through. Hopefully, by the time this quartet get to senior level, they'll be such a well-oiled machine that they'll be able to change battens and adjust as the race is happening because they've done a bit more practice. But I'm loving seeing what I'm seeing on screen, how this quartet has come together. You can see how happy they are running together. And you know, that's the thing with athletics that people don't understand. They often say that it's an individual sport, but the reason why most of us do it for sometimes way too long is because of those friendships that you make.
Oh,
So
without a doubt.
Harrison Williams has opened with a 740. Here's Darcy Roper in the long jump opening attempt for the Queenslander. He's an 8 metre man. That looks like a big jump. Let's see the flag. Hopefully it's
Nice.
fluttering white. It is. So we've got two pools. The other groups in the back straight, we're going to struggle to see much of them on our coverage. But Darcy Roper, 8:20 lifetime best, World Youth and World Junior medalist, has had a lot of problems with the hamstring. 8:14 he's launched. So plus 0.4. So that's the longest jump we've seen in Australia this year. I thought it was big when we first saw it, but that's an automatic qualifier. And a big jump from Darcy Roper.
Fantastic.
That's a mammoth jump.
Henry Frayne, toot. Always looks easy on the runway. Haven't quite got not sure the point of putting a 4 metre mark on the side there when people are jumping 8 metres, but anyway. It's always exciting when you jump and you go far past the indicator board, because if it's 8, you normally think, well, I've jumped 9 metres here, how good's that? But when the indicator board starts at 4, they probably just need to slide it a little bit. So what's Henry jumped? 7.88, so he's got an automatic qualifier
Nice.
for the Triple Olympic representative, World Indoor silver medalist. Commonwealth Games silver medalist on the Gold Coast. So it's firing up. Talk about what time do you want to be on. 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the track's warming up is not a bad time, and there's a little tailwind. So the long jump qualifying in this group, 8:14 for Roper, impressive. As we head back to the women's relay. And another full field, Tamsin, which I'm excited about. Good idea having these relays.
Good time slot too.
Good fields. New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, Victoria, the West Australians in lane 6 and the New Zealanders in 7.
So Pride on the line again. We saw it in the men's. Now it's the women's turn. They'll make their way through. So towards the outside, the Western Australians, they're off quickly. So we'll try and see some safe changeovers if we can get them. The Western Australians, they're off and running. So inside of their shoulder, in fact, it's New Zealand back to WA. The two out in there in the black. Now the New South Wales team starts to move through as well, wants to get part of the party. Victorians change over now. Queensland is off. Geez, this is going to be very close coming into the final 100 metres. The Queenslanders in pursuit now of Team Western Australia. So they're off. New Zealand going to follow. New Zealand it is. So New Zealand got the best change. WA though, they're off and running. Team WA is up there. It might be Olivia Dodds out in front. It is. So she's been a great sprinter. She brings it home for WA. South Australia gets up there for Team WA ahead of New Zealand. Olivia Dodds. Well, that was a phenomenal performance. And we've talked about changeovers. Team Queensland, unfortunately, in that last change, just seemed to miss some hands, and they'll be just a little bit further back, but great sprinting out there.
And it's so fantastic to see Olivia Dodds coming away with that gold medal, because she was the unlucky one in that 100-metre final, quality 100-metre final yesterday evening. She ran very well in her 200-metre heat earlier today, and the WA athletes have been going so well, and it's fantastic to see the Western Australians bring that quartet together and just run a wonderful, wonderful race. And the tell you what, you'd be happy to have Liv Dodds on the back end of that race.
Yeah, so you can see there, I mean, look at Olivia Dodds. She's just up the track and she's gone. You're right. She was the unlucky one yesterday in that 100. If you had the pleasure of watching that 200 this morning, she was just in total control. She just looked like she was in her absolute element. Loves that 200-metre distance. She comes and sees the family, the friends. They're very happy down here, but Team WA, they get up and they win this under-20 relay.
And Lynn Foreman, her coach on the screen there, I think the thing with Liv is she's a really great talent, and sometimes the development of under-20 athletes is very different. And so I think she's an athlete, as long as she can hold that mental strength and ability in her and her belief in her performances, I think she's going to be an athlete that will just continue to get better as she goes into those senior ranks and gets some of that strength. She's got a great coach in Lynn Foreman, and I know that if she listens to Lynn, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with as she goes into those senior ranks.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, obviously we talk about it a lot as in the media of it all, but these junior ranks are just so ultra impressive. And you're right, they all develop at different times and different rates, and that might be 45.29, so that might be the meet record, in fact. So that's an absolute cracking time from the Western Australians. That is fast, and she ain't get that home to perfection.
It was brilliant. And New Zealand finishing in that second spot, meaning that the home team, South Australian, the South Aussies will get that silver medal and Queensland the bronze. So even though it was so tight for that third and fourth, they will be on the podium, all of them.
So you can see it here on your screen. The Western Australians 45.29, New Zealand 45.4, South Australia and Queensland. They'll round out the Australian podium, and you don't hear this too often and realise New South Wales and Victoria, they miss the medals altogether. So they won't be going home with anything, those two teams, but great racing nonetheless. But Team WA victorious here in the women's under 24 by 100.
Happy bunch. Tell you who's happy. I am, because the pasties have arrived, Tamsin, and I can recommend them. So
I just can't actually find where mine is.
No, they're just behind you.
I feel
they're
like
very good.
Did you hide them?
No, they're very good. And if you don't hurry, I'm going to eat yours. And Bruce has got one here, and he's not even here, so I'm going to eat his as well. Next on the runway in this long jump qualifying, it's Oscar Myers, talented youngster, good high jumper, but has also been turning his attention to the long jump. His mum, Monique Dunstan, was in that relay team who won the gold medal in Auckland in 1990. .752 this season, but 8:04 lifetime best on the Youth Olympic Games high jump. So it's still Roper at 8:14. It's Frayne 7:88. Just waiting for the distance for Myers. Now Tamsin's about to inhale the pasty as well.
Well, luckily I ate mine before I came.
You've already had
we'd
one.
be in some serious trouble. There's another one here though. So
yeah, is that got my name on it? I'm not sure one's enough, because I went running this morning, Tamsin.
Well, I saw Tamsin actually coming back from the run this morning, and
my spy said that she went to the local grass track and was doing rep 150s and looked as good as ever.
In super shoes too, I heard actually. Ran faster than your best 150 back in the day with those shoes on, Tams.
Oscar Myers 7:77. Here's Matreski. So he was the #1 man in Australia this season. That looks like a huge jump too. So they're popping off in the long jump. Nice little tail breeze. And Matreski, whose lifetime best is 8:21. 8 metres this season, a couple of Commonwealth Games finals. Remember, him and Liam Adcock just missed the finals at the World Championships last year by a couple of centimetres. He's had a change of coach from the legendary John Boas, and now working with Alex Stewart as John moves into semi-retirement phase. So we wait for the distance for Matreski, 7:90 plus 1.5. Great conditions. Might go down there and have a jump myself, Tamsin. I'm that excited by what I'm seeing here. Look at that windsock. That's the greatest sight of all time if you're a long jumper, to stand at the top of the runway and see the sock horizontal.
It's right where you want it to be.
Absolutely. Straight down the track, horizontal. Abeli Makumba, the Queenslander, next.
Dave, I got to know, as the long jump, king here, how much does iron sharpen iron in these sort of qualifications when you're out chasing distance? Obviously, they're all over that auto qual 780. That's no worries.
Yeah.
But you see someone like Darcy Roper jump 8:14, the psyche of it all. You're going, geez, I'm going to get out past that marker, or are you still aware it's qualifying?
Yeah, it's just qualifying. They don't hand the medals out today, so the distances don't carry forward. So it doesn't necessarily bother you. You just want to qualify, have one jump and pack up and go home. One of the things when the 780s are pretty severe automatic qualifying for national championships, you won't need to jump that far to get through. At the moment in this pool, 5th spot 740. So if you jump 750 or 760, you're most likely going to get through. The thing about Darcy was that he's fit and healthy, but he ran down relaxed, and you can sometimes do that in a qualifying round. You don't do it at the Olympics or the World Championships because you're under a lot of stress.
Yep.
You've got to go flat out. So sometimes you can get a good jump away. So it's a good question. Zane Branco has been in good form. 7.99 at the Sydney Track Classic, just agonisingly short of the magical 8 metre. It was a PB for him. Yeah, so I wouldn't be that paying too much. The only reason when you're paying attention to what's going on with the others is if you're on the bubble of qualifying.
Yeah.
Then you're paying a lot of attention.
And then you really focus.
Yeah.
Hyper-focused.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good qualifying group here.
It is a bit difficult here, and this is where the roster app's so useful for the coaches. You can keep an eye on what's happening in the other pool, whereas...
Well, immediately too.
Yeah, so you can go to the summary here, and if we have a look, Adcox jumped 786 on the other side, Rucker 760, Blake Shaw 747, which could be close to his personal best for the World Junior Rep. So at the moment, 10th place is 740. So if you're Amiru Chandrasena at 736, you're paying a lot of attention to what's going on. And that's, you wouldn't have your phone out on the track if you're an athlete, but your coaches would, and they would know exactly what's going on. Lewis Arthur, the New Zealander, next.
Well, Branco was 754 there, Dave, as well.
Yeah, so it's... but for the final, you'd be paying attention to the 8:14. Hang on. Okay, so Darcy's, fit and healthy and in good form, approaching his PB.
And a first round 8:14 as well at that. That would play into the psyche without a doubt. First round versus third round.
Yeah, it does, but still got to jump the distance. But that's an impressive jump. If you jump 8:14, to put it into perspective, if you jump 8:14 in a qualifying round at the Olympics or World Championships, you're in the final every single time. Even if there's a really good tailwind, good conditions. Generally, it's in a still stadium, but that would have never have not made the final. I don't think 8:14. In fact, generally, if you jump something in the 8s, you're through to the top 12 in the qualifying round. So it's a very good jump.
From a very good jumper.
So Jacob Istranopoulos, the Western Australian, had a good junior career, now moving into the seniors. He's the final jumper. Can we go back to the track? Next event, 3,000 steeple, under 20 men. So we'll keep you updated. The javelin, just starting the javelin. Tamsin's consumed her pasty and has arrived for the steeplechase, which means I can turn my microphone off and eat the other 6 that I've got in front of me.
I'm going to say inhaled. There was nothing classy about the way that pasty was done there. I'm actually impressed, to be honest.
I got the job done.
It took me way faster to eat mine. So you've done well there, Tams, and right in time for this men's under 23,000 metre steeplechase final. Field of 16. Geez, these men are very, very well acquainted with one another. A lot of them were at that all schools, obviously, last year in Perth, and now they move up to this under 20 exposure at these national championships. But this will be a really interesting race, and I feel like I probably could get coined with saying this all too much in the commentary booth, but are you going to make it a championship race, or are you going to chase time? Because if we see someone put their foot on the brake early, you can tell every kicker gets into the race, every man has a chance, but it only takes one to go and push the tempo. And the man we might look for is Toby Chippendale, the Queenslander. He's right on that 9-minute marker, so wouldn't he mind going under that? And there's a few others as well, Heffernan as well, the Queenslander, as well as a couple of others who have run faster than that. Another one to mention, Charles Barrett. So a lot of talent in this field.
I actually think that a few of them are going to push for it, because with Toby, the only one with that qualifier, he has the luxury of being able to sit back and focus on the win. But some of the other athletes, I think, would be smart to work together in conditions like we have today and see if they can push for that 9:02 mark.
So as I said, the field of 16. And Patrick Heffernan, we gave him a fair bit of airtime, didn't we, last night? Tamsin, he was in that 5,000 metres, so he's going to step back in over this 3,000 metre steeplechase. How well your body recovers from a 5,000 is really up for debate, but he's obviously going to put himself in a position to try and chase after that as well. He might be one of those that just goes out and goes, you know what? Let's have a crack and let's see how it goes. So it'll be interesting to see the tactics that they go to towards the start of this.
And juniors do bounce back sometimes a little bit better than the seniors do. It's bizarre how that happens when you think about your school sports days and you're in about 50 events. And then if you imagine doing that when you're older, you just think, what?
Yeah.
No way could I do that.
And you're going from 100 to shot put to 300.
The hurdles.
Yeah, you're doing...
Now go do the high jump. Oh, and you've got to throw a relay in there.
You're doing the most ridiculous stuff.
And Patrick Heffernan, we know that he's a good cross-country runner, so I think the 5,000 metres would have taken a little bit of sting out of his legs, but he would have done good recovery and, you know, probably bounced out of bed ready for this one.
You just get excited when it's a nationals. You can really find a little bit of extra motivation and a little bit of extra energy when you need to. So this will be fast. Beautiful time of day as well here in South Australia. It's not too hot. Well, we haven't been outside in a while, actually, so I couldn't tell you that specifically, but I can tell you there's a lot of people not wearing jackets, so that would indicate that it's quite nice, and these men are going to benefit from it here now. So the men's under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase final, it is off and away, and we were just talking about it here. What type of race will these young men run? Will it be one where it's a championship affair? You let everybody into it and let the kickers do what they do best in the back end, or we're going to see somebody take it out? So it promised to start fast, and now it's delivering a slower pace here. So they'll run out about 6 abreast, Tams, and we could almost talk right in their ear. They're that far wide on the track. But now they're going to find the spot, and it looks like it might be Charlie Moore potentially out in front, and he's leading out from Jacob Gardner, the Tasmanian.
Well, I mean, it's not a surprise. Sometimes when that gun goes, you sit back for a little bit because your coach might have said, if the pace is slow, you take it. But then in that first 150 metres, you're just waiting to see if anyone else is going to be the athlete that does take the pace. But I think that's what happened over the first 100 metres. Everybody was just watching each other to see which person was going to do it. And I think especially in a steeplechase with 16 athletes in the field, you want to make sure the pace is a little bit decent, because you do not want to be coming to that steeple 6 abreast.
No, we were talking about it last night in that 5,000 metres, the carnage that was ensuing in the middle of the pack because they were 3-4 abreast. Now imagine jumping over sticks on your way through, so you definitely want to be clear the best you can. Charlie Moore, he was tasked with the job to lead it, so he did a really good job over that first 400. Starts to slightly pack up a bit now, but there's still fractures in the group. The inside water jump makes it a little bit easier when you have to wheel out to the outside of the track. I can imagine that could be a daunting experience, but it looks like Barrett now has taken over from Moore, and this group of, we'll call it 6, there's 2 just off the back, so they might be able to latch on, but this is a class group out in front. So here he is now, Toby Chippendale. He's the one with the qualifier. He sits in second, right off the back shoulder of Charles Barrett. So too Jacob Gardner, the Tasmania. Moore now tucked in on that inside, the leaner figure from Queensland. So he's 2 back, 3 back in the field on the rail though. And Charlie Moore did his time, he did what he had to do, and now they're going to hand it over to Barrett to continue that charge forward.
Well, and Charlie Moore's an interesting athlete to watch in this. He did finish second in the 3,000 metre steeplechase in the under 20 Queensland State Championships. But he looked like he's gone up a gear after that 5,000 metres last night. Don't you think that the way that he ran that race and the way that he looked in the latter half of that race, he's got nice ability to get good momentum and good strength out of every step. He still looked pretty fresh at the end of that 5,000 metres, which is hard to say because they worked pretty hard, those boys, especially in the middle phases and the latter phases of that race. But I think Charlie Moore in this event, the 18-year-old, he won the bronze last year in the 3,000 at the Australian Championships, and this might be his event. Absolutely, and I think last night we learned a bit about Charlie Moore, the tactician, because he just almost played with his food, and then over the closing stages of it, he just went, all right, boys, see you later, I'm done. So watch out for him. He's the one on the back of this leading pack.
man, I'm fascinated by Jacob Gardner. He was really good last year, a strong performer as this Tasmanian. So I'll be interested to see how he goes. He was dominant over in Perth in December, so he's going to put himself in that 4th position. But out in front, the Victorian Charles Barrett, he's very handy. Even when you take the sticks away, he's got some impressive PBs to his resume, does Barrett. So he's leading it out there from Toby Chippendale. We've hardly mentioned him. He's the fastest in the field, Toby Chippendale. So he's just sitting on that shoulder. He might be thinking right now, hey, I've got the perfect sit. I don't have to do all that much. We'll let Charles lead it out. This group is moving through nicely.
And we mentioned that he doesn't have to get the time. So he has that luxury of just making sure he races this to win. It's not about the time for him, it's just trying to get across the line first. The 17-year-old Toby Chippendale with that 9 flat personal best when he won the under-20 states in Queensland. He's a consistent performer in cross-country and track, and he's also competed in triathlons as well. So a good junior athlete in the middle distance and the distance ranks, and certainly the one to watch here.
So Toby Chippendale, he's now just got up nicely on the shoulder there of Barrett. He's moving through really comfortably, and now we mentioned him, Charlie Moore, the tactician. Here he comes again. So tactics in play, the 2 Queenslanders, they swarm the Victorian. Tasmania's Jacob Gardner has just been a man who's been able to benefit from not having to really do all that much work in terms of pushing the pace. Just stay with the pace, live in your comfortable zone, and he's doing a really good job of that at the moment as well. So he's just tucked a little bit further back. Fellow Victorian on the rail as well there. So Victoria, Queensland, Victoria, it's the Victorian sandwich out in front, and Gardner just latching on. They've let one more in here though. It was that group, and now one's come up the track. We'll get him as he makes his way through, a fellow Queenslander. But this group, as I say that, he's just clipped that hurdle, or that steeple I should say. He gets up now.
Just his trail leg just didn't quite get it over, and that's the thing. Steeplechase is just brutal. You have to get your pace judgment right. You cannot get fooled into a pace that's outside of your comfort zone, because it's not like the flat running events where if you do have that happen, you can just fall off the back of the pace and hopefully find your rhythm again. Getting over these steeples is so incredibly hard, and that is why sometimes the transition for athletes who are brilliant over the 3,000 flat or the 5,000 can't get the steeplechase to work for them, because the steeples really add another element. And then you throw the water barrier in, and it's an incredibly difficult event. And you can see these juniors, some of them don't quite have that ability yet to run into that steeplechase with the spatial awareness of making sure you don't cut down those strides and do the dolly steps, and keep it as smooth as possible as you come up to the steeplechase. You watch some of the techniques over these steeples. Some of them are a little bit better, and I think that will come into play at the back end of this race, because the less energy expenditure you have going into that steeple and over it, that does bank up through the race.
Without a doubt. Unfortunately, we've lost him now as well, so he has stepped off the track. So we hope for a speedy recovery and everything's okay as we turn our attention back to the front of this, and it's Charlie Moore. Well, he's the figure of men's junior distance running at these championships, at least thus far, and Moore now finds himself at the front of another field. So Moore leading it out there. A little bit of a stutter step from Jacob Gardner, loses slight touch from Chippendale, who's on that shoulder. We'll get a read on this Victorian there on the inside as well. It's either Woods or Merry. Bear with me while we get the number, but Charlie Moore out in front. He looks so comfortable, but so too does the state champion Chippendale. He is just moving through nicely. He's following every single move that Moore makes, and these two will be very familiar with each other's pattern. They're starting to drop off Jacob Gardner at the moment. He's sitting there in 4th, further back to Barrett, as this group of 3, they really just start to crank through the gears and make it look quite effortless as well. There's a big difference between a noticeable shift and a seamless one. Cam Myers is the best in the country at the moment at that seamless shift in pace, and Charlie Moore, he's channeling his inner Cam Myers at the moment, and it's just continuing to ramp it up slowly but surely, and you can see it now. This is where that fracture might happen. You just need to hold tough and stay on to Charlie Moore.
Yeah, definitely. It certainly is that race in 3 now, and all 3 of them out there are looking so super comfortable. No one's willing to make a move just yet. Having said that, when they come up to that water barrier, you often have to push wide just so that you have that clear jump, that clear push off that barrier to make sure that you push off and you land clear of the other athletes. So it's Charlie Moore coming into this one with Chippendale, the Victorian, Velton going very, very nicely there as well.
So they'll hear the sound of the bell, 7:55. So 9 minutes is going to be very difficult, but right now it's down for a national title. So here he goes, Charlie Moore. He's doing a really good job to stretch this field. 300 metres remaining. Velton doing well, the Victorian. And Chippendale, you can just sense the danger. The moves that get made in steeplechasing are very tactical. You have to bide your time between the jumps, but up this back straight, here goes Chippendale now.
Yeah, Chippendale's worked really nicely over Moore's shoulders, but they haven't managed to drop the Victorian. Aidan Velton is having an absolute blinder here, running brilliantly, and he has moved up into second position.
So it's Velton now who's going to go follow suit. He's the man chasing after Chippendale. Moore not far away either. You can see by the swing of the arms. He's desperate to latch on. A hard jump there by both Velton and Chippendale, but Chippendale the best to do it. So Chippendale around the rest of the field now. He's the one moving wide. The two will try and pursue, but I don't think they'll get there. Charlie Moore was brave. So was Velton, but Chippendale, he already had the qualifier, and now he wants the national title, the Queenslander. He'll get it. He's home. 9:03.77 and more. Back to Velton. That's a great performance from the Victorian as well. But your man with the qualifier, he crosses across, and he's done a great job.
They have rewritten their personal best behind Chippendale. That was a fantastic race. They pushed the pace, and I think you'll see that Moore and Velton have really, really smashed their best times. Velton, incredible. We didn't even mention him leading into this race because he came in with a personal best of 9:37.25, pushed it down the back straight, tried to go with Chippendale, just got a little bit tired coming up to that last steeplechase when Moore went around him. And let's not forget that Moore has that 5,000 metre gold run in his legs from yesterday as well. So that was an incredible race for the three athletes, and Jacob Gardner, the Tasmanian, took it to them as well, and his personal best of 9:26.95. He put himself out of his comfort zone and really attacked that World Under-20 qualifying time. That was an incredible race to watch, Mitch, and a sensational effort by all the athletes out there.
Oh, absolutely, and you can't speak more of Aidan Velton, the 9:37. That is just sensational. You can see it down here. So you see the rest of the competitors come through, but this is that final 200 metres, and Chippendale, I said over the loudspeaker, I said to you all, it's very tactical when you make moves in this event, because obviously you don't want to do it too close to the barrier. You want to give yourself plenty of room to accelerate, and Chippendale just did it to perfection. Watch this jump though. This is where he really got his gap. He hit it best, and the other two just unfortunately couldn't quite hit that, that perfect point they talk about in the steeplechase. And have a look at him here. He just rounds around the outside. He knows he's home, and you're only thinking, get over this last barrier. He's over, he's clear, and he's done such a phenomenal job. Already got the time. He now wins the Nationals, puts himself in that perfect position to be able to represent this country hopefully later in the year.
It almost looked like Chippendale has a lot more to give, to be honest. Toby Chippendale then, he just bided his time. Like, he was really waiting and making sure that his goal for today's race was to get that gold medal so that he could be selected for that World Under-20 team. You could see when he did come to that final water jump and he was out in front, the way he pushes off that final steeple says that he still had energy left, whereas the other two athletes had really spent themselves. They'd taken themselves into another zone with the pace that they were running at, and so they dropped a little bit more into the water. The push that Chippendale had off that final steeple, water jump steeple, showed that he still has a little bit more left. You could tell when he came over that final barrier running to the line, he had that time to celebrate, to enjoy the victory, because the thing is, when you come into a championship, if you're the favourite, it adds that other layer of nerves. You're expected to win. And so then when you cross the line, it's almost that relief of just saying, okay, fine, I got the job done that everyone expected me to do. But it's not an easy thing to do. And he's done very, very well, Toby, then to get that job done. But I think there's going to be a heap of PBs behind. We have Charlie Moore with 9:05.15 as we see the long jump qualifying still underway. Aidan Velton, what a run, 9:06.16. Absolutely fantastic times coming in through behind Toby Chippendale, and that was due to Charlie Moore. He was the athlete who decided to pick up the pace from that first 150 and go with it and set those times up. So it was certainly a great final.
Sometimes you wonder, you just got to go up to the person that does that for you and say, thanks for that. Really appreciate it. We couldn't have got that fast without you, because you're right. You might not come home with the gold, but the way that you get respect also amongst your peers is how well you're going to run these races and what can we expect from you. And clearly, if they weren't already thinking it before this weekend's proceedings, I think a lot of under-20s are walking around going, Charlie Moore, go with him. Do not let him
Yeah,
go,
that was-
because he can really
Yeah.
do some damage if you let him go.
Gross is on the long jump run up as we see the under 20 women getting ready for the final. You can see it's another big field, so they would have seen the way that the men ran that race, the boys ran that race in the under 20s. And going back to those results, Jacob Gardner, who really tried so hard to hold on to that top 3, just dropping off in that last lap. He's been rewarded with a personal best as well. Look at that, incredible. 9:19:18, and Charles Barrett in the 5th position, the Victorian. He's also come away with a personal best 9:39. So fantastic racing in that steeplechase, and it was unfortunate to see Padraig Heffernan really step it up and go to those athletes. And I think that when he runs a 3,000 metre steeplechase fresh and has that ability to clear those steeples a little bit more comfortably, he will be a force to be reckoned with in that race as well.
Absolutely. So we had one man with the World Junior qualifier in that race. So win, have the qualifier as per the selection policy, put yourself in a fantastic position to be able to get to that trip in August to Peru. We have 5 women in this next race that have that World Junior qualifying marker. So to win and come second in this race, Tamsin, is huge.
Huge, isn't it? So those 5 athletes in this field, we've got Mia Tui, Sienna Bush, Tess Hannigan, Lucy Francis and Harriet Lloyd-Jones, and that's not to mention the other athletes who are desperate to get their qualifiers as well, and there's a stack of them. We have a lot of talent and a lot of depth in this women's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Absolutely. So this is going to be an absolute cracker. Don't go anywhere. It's a very strong field. In fact, this is a field of 18 women. So talked about the argy-bargy that the men wanted to avoid a little bit earlier. These women will be exactly the same, because it can be absolute chaos in and amongst a steeplechase. So to have some clean air, some fresh real estate ahead of you, oh so important. And the one to really watch is the New South Wales junior and Mia Tui. She's a 10:06 athlete, so she's probably or if not definitely the fastest in this field. But all these women that have that World Junior qualifier, these nationals act as just such a key selection criteria for that trip. So to be 1-2, it's really, really important. They know that, and they're about to get underway. So we're off and racing now. It's an 18-strong field here for the women's under 23,000 metre steeplechase, wasting no time as well, it must be said. They're out quick, so they understand what's at stake. 10:38 is that World Junior qualifier. We have 5 women in this field under that, so they'll all be eyeing off one another. They're going to be watching these race tactics. The fastest of them, Mia Tui, the New South Wales athlete. So you can see this strong contingent of Queensland, New South Wales. Well, I can tell you all 5 of them are from Queensland and New South Wales. So we can see the pattern forming out in front. And Tamsin, they're not messing around. It's Indy Fletcher, the Queenslander. She's going to go out and chase it.
Wow, Indy Fletcher has certainly really set the tone here. She's obviously full of confidence coming into this race and decided that she wants to not muck around. She wants to go for a fast time, and she's not going to die wondering out there.
No, and Jessica Smith, another one, the Tasmanian. So might not have run it in the qualifying period, but she's a 10:30 runner as well. So consider it to be 6 women that can get under there. So this is going to be ultra fast, and she now rivals up right on the shoulder there of our Queenslander out in front. So this big group slowly starting to lose maybe 1 or 2, or maybe they'll be able to get themselves back on. But it'll be interesting to see what this 400 metre split is, because the opening 200 was blistering. They're going to go through, and you have to give or take a little bit due to the bend, but let's say about 79 seconds to 80. So Tamsin, they'll all work off each other one now. Now they've got the adrenaline out of the way, the racing really begins.
It does, but I mean, it's really set the tone for the race, hasn't it? Because, well, as we see, we lost a few there, did we? Pretty tough water jump when there's a bit of a pack. You know, coming out of that water jump, what you see is the athletes who have the better technique push forward, and it's important that athletes keep practicing that water jump. But it's one of those things that's hard to practice in training, because there's not always water in the steeple to practice with. But we can see here the New South Wales athlete. Isabel Hobbs, no, not Isabel Hobbs, I've just lost my sheet, sorry, has gone to the front, and I think it might be Holly Gershbach out in front there. And she's decided that she wants to keep this tempo rolling, and I think that's important. If you set the pace up early, that first 600 metres has been great, and then you keep that rolling. I think we get a few athletes through under that time. But the athletes who are pushing this tempo so far are the athletes that you
are really running well above their personal best form, and I love that. That's brave, and it's probably not what the athletes with the qualifier wanted to see, but it'll also help them continue on and push to areas that they know that they're more comfortable with.
So it's Mia Tui out in front. So apologies there, two different sets of sheets in front of us here. So Mia Tui, it is leading. So she's the fastest in the field, and you called that perfectly, Tamsin. These are the ones now who are really going to start to observe each other and see what they can do. And as they make their way through here, the next one following along is the Tasmanian. So as we mentioned, she hasn't got the qualifier, I believe, within this time frame, but that's not going to stop her from getting up the track without a doubt. So that's Jessica Smith. So Smith it is. Behind her there, Sienna Bush. And then one further back is Miller Roberts. So Roberts is the one who's running well above her seed time of 10:46. And as we say that now, she's had enough. She wants to get up there and go get it, Mia Tui. And now she's going to see who wants to come with her through the early entering into the mid stages of this steeplechase.
Okay, I'm going to have to get my binoculars out now so that I can see down the back straight, because we do have all the numbers wrong on this start list. So yes, it is. That makes far more sense. We have athletes who are well and truly onto the qualifying mark and pushing. We've got a race in 4. You can see Mia Tui is out in front. She's the athlete who's 18. She won the New South Wales Junior Championships, was second in that Albie Thomas Mile Night 3-kilometre steeple, coached by Jacinta Doyle. Cross-country runner, middle distance runner, moved events quite a lot, and has 4 qualifiers over the world under 20.
So there's plenty going on here. This group of what was 4 is now just starting to really have to try and chase after Mia Tui. So she's the 10:06 athlete. She's out in front. She's doing a really good job to be able to set this tempo. Technically so comfortable over the top of these hurdles as well, it must be said. Sienna Bush is the one chasing her now from Queensland and doing a great job at that. And so too is Miller Roberts. So it's Roberts now who wants to get after it. The one feeling the pinch maybe is going to be the Tasmanian. And she's doing the best she can there in Smith to try and follow suit. So doing a good job there is Bush. Roberts is the one who's going to chase after her Queensland compatriot, but it's all in an effort to try and get after the fastest in the field in Mia Tui.
Yeah, and she's looking so super smooth in her running. She's obviously dropped that cadence down a little bit because it was such a fast pace. I actually think it was probably a suicidal pace for a lot of this field, and it's done Mia Tui a favour because some of them are starting to suffer a little bit now. As you see, Sienna Bush, the other athlete, the 15-year-old, can you believe that? She's 15 years of age, was at the World Cross Country Championships in Serbia, finished 36th, won the Queensland 3,000 metre states under 17 from the Gold Coast. Began running at the age of 10 and has been a really talented underage 800 metre champion. She's won nationals over 800 before, so she's certainly one to watch with the speed, but only 15 years of age is giving up a few years to her competitors here.
Well, and Sienna Bush, she's got that World Junior qualifier as well. So obviously they can only take 2 to these World Junior Championships per event, and they'll be very aware of that. So out in front, though, it's Mia Tui. She's in a league of her own at the moment. She looks so comfortable as well at this pace you mentioned. She really did put her foot on the accelerator early, see who can come through, and the first one to be able to respond there was Bush. Also, Smith was really good. She's behind Roberts, so watch out for the Tasmanian here as well. As up the track, it's Tui. That one's undisputable. The rest of these Queenslanders and New South Wales pack, this is the one that's really interesting because there is a handful of these women in here who have that World Junior qualifier, who will want to put themselves in a position to try and get up to a silver medal, and they might think it's attainable here at the moment. But out in front with the hands on the gold is Mia Tui, and she just looks effortless.
It does. It certainly looks like the 2 out in front have cleared out a little bit, but the race for the bronze medal is certainly still there. You have Miller Roberts, the Queenslander, doing very, very well.
Well, she's about to have that big group as well rival up on her. So Smith, the Tasmanian, she was the one who was right in the middle of that pack, and we've mentioned she might have been outside of that qualifying period, but she's a 10:30 runner in her own right. So she's going to get some company here, Tams, and this is where she's going to benefit because these women now, they're all going to work really well. They're hunting. They're not the hunted. They're hunting after it.
And that's really important point that you make, Mitch, because honestly, Jess Smith, she is a dangerous athlete. She's 16-year-old. She was 4th at the Adelaide Invitational in February here on this track. So she knows this track. She knows how to run this track. track. She knows the steeplechase. She was the state champion also in Tasmania over 1,500 metres. So the Tasmanian in that pack has great ability as well. As we see McGurven, the New South Welshman, starting to come through as well. Really starting to make strides on that podium. She's starting to make a break here, McGurven. She's over that steeple and she has eyes on Sienna Bush now.
So she'll go and pursue. She's found some really good form as well. A little bit further back there, Tamsin, is Hannigan as well. Another one with the qualifier. That's Tess Hannigan, the Queenslander. So they're all going to be fighting out for these silver and bronze medals. But they're doing a really good job. And the one that's doing the best job to be able to keep them at bay is Bush. But, geez, McGurven is giving it a red-hot crack to go and get up there. So Tui up the track, 600 metres remaining for her. You'll see her in those beautiful fluorescent green shoes. You can't miss her. She's running a really strong performance. And so too is Bush. McGurven is doing really well from New South Wales. She's found this next gear, and the group behind her too, they're starting to lift as well. So this last 600 will be very entertaining for these miners.
I think they've got that like smell of the finish line, haven't they? And so they've managed to realise that they've got a little bit more left after that suicidal fast pace that was set early days. But Tess Hannigan, the 17-year-old from Bow Desert, she's also having a great run. She started Little Athletics in Bow Desert, coached by Caitlin McQuinlan Bell. So another athlete that's done very well at the state championships, finishing second in Queensland.
Without a doubt. So Mia Tui, she's going to hear the best sound you can hear in all of middle distance running in athletics, the bell. So she gets it. She's out in front. This is the pursuit we want to watch. So it's Bush a little bit back further to McGurven. That's how they read there. So McGurven now is right up on the shoulder. She's a 10:41 runner, so she'd have to also try and get under that qualifying marker for this second to really mean a lot of 10:38. So she's up and chasing now with Bush. The rest of this field now making their way through as well, Tamsin.
And Harriet Lloyd-Jones, the 18-year-old, is also having a great race. She was second in the Canberra Track Classic and won that under-20 Queensland State Championships, the Toowoomba athlete.
So this is going to be an absolute cracking final 250. Out in front is Mia Tui. 10:06 was her lifetime best. She might not get that, but she's still going to run an incredibly fast time. And this battle right behind her is really heating up. So it is going to be Bush back to McGurven, the Queenslander, just in front now of the New South Wales athlete. They've got 150 to go. One water jump, one barrier for this national title of the women's under-20 steeplechase. So Tui over. She's now out of the water. Entering it now is going to be Bush. McGurven over cleanly too. So Bush and McGurven are clean. They're in pursuit now of the one out in front, and it's Tui. So she's done a really good job, Mia Tui. One set of sticks remaining for her. Bush and McGurven now as well. They're starting to come. So Tui out in front, Bush in front of McGurven. It's Tui of New South Wales, Bush of Queensland. McGurven being so brave. There it is, Mia Tui, Bush, McGurven will go probably under that 10:38. She'll go for third. What a performance we just saw there. The rest of this field now makes their way down, but wow, that top three was impressive.
And there's Tess Hannigan crossing the line as well. Oh my gosh, that was such an impressive run. You can see the athletes are in a lot of pain after that. I mean, they did set the tempo. It was super fast early days as we see the Tasmanian athlete there crossing the line as well, and they're all going down onto their haunches because it was a really, really tough race for all the athletes when they set that pace up. Jessica Smith was fantastic there for Tasmania, but the gold goes to Tui, who was brave early. You know, the pace got set and she just made that break through the middle stages of that race and then held on. That was a hard way to run it, but a fantastic effort by the 18-year-old Mia Tui, who does have that world under-20 standard and will be elated with that performance.
Yeah, 100%, and big shout out to Allegra McGurven. I mean, she came in with a 10:41, right on the edge of what that 10:38 qualifier is. She's run under the time. She's come third, which is ultra impressive, but in front of her was Bush, the youngster from Queensland. Gee, she had some pressure late, but wowee, what a performance to come through for second. And Tui, just the ultimate professional and able to get that one done. The rest of this field makes their way down. Conditions starting to warm up here in Adelaide as well, so they would have been feeling the pinch of the weather too. And as you've said a few times now, Tamsin, that early race pace is so tough. And look at this last little push over the hurdle, just clear, get me home.
She was tired, wasn't she? And so she should be, because she'd worked so hard to get that gap, and then she'd held it, and that's a really tough way to run it. But I love that she went back to her training and she used those big arms and just was strong to the finish line, because the athletes behind her had a little bit more help. But Sienna Bush did do a lot of the race on her own also, has to be said, the 15-year-old, who then managed to hold off the very fast finishing McGurven, who ran an incredible race, as you said, picked up that personal best. And like the men's race, I think we'll see quite a few personal bests come out of that after we saw the early race tempo. And you can see the athletes walking off the track at the right of your screen. They are exhausted. That is because they have given everything that they had to complete this race. We still have a couple of athletes just crossing the line now. And that will be Mia Coley, the West Australian athlete, finishing. And Hobbs is still just clearing that last barrier as well, and has done a great effort too, because it's getting warmer out there, and it was certainly a fast race. So Isabel Hobbs, the South Australian, crossing the line to the applause of her home stadium. Each and every one of those athletes has just given everything that they had out there on that track. A wonderful effort. You can see Mia Tui walking back over to say well done to all the other athletes. Lovely, lovely to see.
Love the sportsmanship. It's always so good to see. Saw someone yesterday, I can't remember who it was, it might have been in the Para 400, went and shook everybody's hand before the race started. I love that. Went out of the blocks and made his way out there to make sure everybody felt the love and felt included. So they're going to take these steeples off the track now, and we're going to return our attention to this men's 100. They're going to be opening up their campaigns here. You mentioned it earlier in the day when you and Dave were talking earlier. The hundreds, they're always a highlight, and 7 heats, I believe. So plenty of men here trying their luck.
Preliminary round, and then, of course, we see the big guns come out for the first round later this afternoon. You did well there, you two. You had an alphabetical list of competitors rather than the start list. And when you haven't seen the under-20s, it's tricky. But Tui was impressive ahead of Bush, and then McGiven. Women's discus qualifying underway. Taryn Golczewski's got the automatic qualifier at 51.00. She's thrown 54 metres 49. She's the only automatic so far. Nika Gosling from WA 48.90. Chelsea Wayne, New South Wales 48.57. And Ashlyn Blackstock 46.87. And currently it's Amy Polikovsky of New South Wales who's in the hot seat and 10th at 40.51. Pole vault qualifying about to commence. Big field, 18 jumpers, including Curtis Marshall, World Championship bronze medalist, twice the Commonwealth Games gold medalist. The automatic qualifying height is 5 metres 17, or top 10. We won't have 10 going over 5.17. When you look at the season rankings, Marshall with his indoor performance in Roubaix in France, at Renault Le Villeneuve meet in February, 5.87. Jack Downey, 5.20, is the second best Australian. Nick Southgate, the New Zealander, who came second at the Adelaide Track Classic, was third at the National Championships last year. Women's long jumpers warming up for their qualification. It should be a very competitive event because it's been an interesting summer for the long jumpers. Defending champion Brooke Bushkuhl. Montana Dashchenko, we just saw doing her run through there. So the two meets in the long jump this season, Maury Plant meet, it was Bushkuhl who got the win ahead of Samantha Dale. And in Sydney, it was Dale who won from Liz Heading and Bushkuhl. And Heading had a great performance in Christchurch where she got the win. And there's just a couple of centimetres separating all of them on the national ranking list this year. So long jump women 640, the qualifying. Women's jav heptathlon starting to wrap up as well. I'll have one more event remaining, the 800 metres, as the competitors in the 100 preliminary rounds start to organise themselves. Women's discus qualifying continues. Kelly Davies of Queensland, whose best so far is 39.25. There's the current standings. Reminder, 10 through. Unless more do the automatic qualifying, which won't happen because the auto here is 51 metres. So just the one. That's Taryn Golchevsky. Annabelle Stokes next into the circle. Western Australian, 36.77 so far. He's down in 16th spot. So the preliminary rounds, what have we got? The top 16 are seeded through to the second, to what we would call the first round, but the top 24, thank you, Peter Hamilton, in the background, issuing instructions, as he does on a regular basis. So the top 24 I don't mind it. I quite like the fact that, as we've seen at the World Championships, etc., here they are. So, Mitch, it's great opportunity, good conditions. If the wind, in fact, it's a bit of a crosswind. We saw some tailwinds in the long jump, but I quite like the conditions at the moment. It's quite warm out there, and hopefully we'll see some fast times here.
I hope so. I mean, we saw plenty of them yesterday and obviously this morning as well in that 200. So this men's qualifying period, it's the top two that are automatically qualified in each heat, and then the next three fastest times will join them across to the next stage from there. So it'll be interesting. You know, there's always more than two guys in every heat that you could probably make a case for it to get through, but look, they're going to have their work cut out for them, and it's a great mix in here as well. Some of our para athletes are also in and amongst these fields, so it's going to be a cracking start here. Obviously, this is the first of 7, as we've mentioned, but I think it's proving it has potential for fast conditions. I don't want to put the moz on it, the commentator's curse, whatever you want to call it, but got the potential for fast conditions here.
Yeah, and I'm with Dave. I do like this in terms of I think that it gives some of these athletes the potential to run 2 rounds when they spend all the money to come to a championships that's not in their state, and you get run out in 10 seconds in a you know, because some of our sprinters are running pretty fast if you're going from that heat like to straight to a 2 semi-finals. Or even a 3, so it gives them, and it is the event where we do have large numbers, so it gives these athletes that chance to have that second run today in that first round. So
plenty of men, talk about the 10 seconds, plenty of men even in the 10.5s, 10.4s here. Jordis, New South Wales on that inside there of Zemek. He's the 10.4 man. Luckily, we can see the times here as well. Semler towards the outside. Our man from Fiji in the middle too. So Townsend, there's plenty of pedigree here in the first heat.
There is, and Thomas Templeton was an athlete who performed at the Stall Gift, and so he's run very well before it turned into a swimming pool. But yeah, I think you know, these PBs, these season's best, are just guides for us. You know, it's totally different to come out here at a championships and to be able to replicate your personal best. But they'll all be trying to at least get a season's best and show their form and their training and hard work that they've done.
So Palmer, Shoebridge, Jordis, Zemek, Dowd, Ravuni, Turner, Semler, Templeton, and Viatoe. That's from inside to out. As Townsend mentioned, Templeton, the Victorian, second from the outside, Collingwood colours. Will be one to watch. So they're out. Started well there. Templeton managed to gather his feet. Inside of him is Semler. So Semler it is now, starting to push through. Jordis as well, moving through really nicely too. He's there. Ooh, that's impressive racing. I think that's Jordis of New South Wales. He managed to get through. So it's the top two that go through automatically, 10.76 for the leader. And Tamsin, in the middle of that field, you could have thrown a blanket over it, but he got out in front and he did well.
Yeah, Jordis ran a great race there, especially his back half, like you just mentioned. Zemek next to him was strong and powerful in that first 40 metres, but I love the way that Jordis just stayed relaxed. He didn't show any tension through that middle phase where they were close, and just the way he relaxed. Look at that beautiful, nice, relaxed arm action that he's got. He's headed by Zemek there, but then he really opens up that leg stride. Nice knee lift and a fabulous effort towards that end of that race. And Semler also coming through with a great race.
Yeah, had a really good middle phase there, Semler. So he's able to get through. He's that second one automatically qualified. So he'll be happy with that with the South Australian. His friends and family for at least another round, but Jordis, he was so impressive over that final stage. It just burst from the middle of that pack and really made his presence felt. So it's one of those things where you let everybody know where you're at, and Jordis, he's the first man in the clubhouse here to follow the theme of the Masters golf going on at the moment. For anybody following, he's the first one back. So Jordis has done well in this next heat. They'll start to ramp up. They'll look. Everybody's looking. They know where you need to be.
Yeah.
They know who's running well. They would have watched that one with intent.
The Masters is on this weekend, is it? Don't worry, it's been on in my household
I could
quite a lot.
I was about to say, yeah. Well, he's in his golfing era, isn't he, at the moment?
Yep, that's exactly right. If you've played cricket, when you retire, apparently you're a golfer. It's fantastic.
As long as you're not hitting cover drives, you should be okay. So I'm sure you'll be watching with intent. Dave, I'm sure you're a keen golfer as well.
Oh.
Hadn't noticed,
must be chopping it up.
hadn't noticed the Masters was on, actually. Hadn't
Don't-
noticed that.
Don't get him talking
trigger
about
word.
his
It's the trigger
DeChambeau
word, the G
leading
word.
ahead of Scotty Scheffler.
trophy cabinet that,
Hey,
that Dave's got for golf. It's honestly, it's just he'll probably wear
I
his
can take you
green
through
jacket.
the A-grade club championship handicap win
Well, if we-
shot by shot if you like.
If
you've
we're
got
speaking
time.
of golf, Live DeChambeau. I mean, Live
Yeah.
Golf is here in
Yeah,
Adelaide
next-
as well. So
next week.
It's
next weekend.
It's all happening.
Weekend
so
after next. One of those weekends.
he's got prime real estate in South Australia now. Dave will be back. He'll be back next week. It's another fast one here. One to watch, Rory Easton. He's been good this season. Personal favourite, Mickey Hansford, but
Yeah.
you could throw a blanket over a couple of them inside of the track as well.
And we can see Jaden Page on the screen now, our T47 star athlete who's done so well. He's only still super young and looking to represent Australia in the Paralympics later this year, but done brilliant things in Birmingham Commonwealth Games as well to be on the podium. So
Only 19. So he's still so young, Jaden Page. So he's got an electric middle part of his 100. So again, he's another one where it goes, oh, if he's within any sniff of it, he might be able to get there. But he's another one that you could put in there. I mean, every man under 11, not that that's a huge deal, but it's always fascinating to see every man in the 10s. But I would say that he's towards the middle of the track, the Queenslander, Rory Easton. He's certainly one to keep your eyeballs on here if you're watching. Heat number 2 of 7. So Easton, the 19-year-old, he was impressive. A little bit further on the inside of there was Wasil from Papua New Guinea. So he's up the track and he's gone. Easton going to chase. He might even nudge him out there. Oof. 10.66 for the two in front. That'll be split by hardly anything. But that was an impressive final part of the race there. Pace Wasil, he was really strong out of the gates. But there we go. There's your top two. Top two automatic next 3 fastest times. Join them across these 7 heats. But that was very, very well done.
It's a race in 2 halves a little bit, wasn't it? With Whistle, the Papua New Guinean visitor, having a fantastic, explosive first 60 metres, and then it was almost like Rory Easton decided, okay, yeah, I'm in the middle of the race, I better start
I
running.
might do this now.
Yeah.
I mean, his final 30 metres was so impressive. Didn't even look panicked even when he crossed the line. Just put his chest straight across, said, how do you do? 10.65. He gets it from Whistle, and Hansford was one further back. He's still peacocking around. He looks so good, doesn't he? He'll be very happy with that, the Queenslander.
I gotta say, I like the relaxed shorts too. I feel like he's come out and he knows that this is just the qualifying round, and he knows that he belongs in that first round later today. He was super, super impressive there. Relaxed. Looks like he's got another gear to give later this afternoon. And he, you know what? he could potentially make that semi-final off a run like that.
He looked really strong. His arm drive was something very special. Drop your gym routine, Rory, if you wouldn't mind. So he'll be very happy with that one. But yeah, he just looked like he did it with ease over the final 20. So I think that was Hansford there in third as well. So he'll be on the watch for those small cues. But those two out in front in a league of their own in the end.
And also good to note that Jaden Page had a good run, 11:21. Our T47 star. Always good experience for these athletes to keep practicing being under that pressure of a 100-metre race where athletes are around you and really putting that pressure on through the middle phases of 100 metres. I think a lot of people don't probably give enough respect to the 100 metres. That the phases are so important through the race. It's not just about being fast, it's about making sure that you react to that gun well. Your drive phase is strong. You know, you stay low and power through that initial phase of the race. And then when you're up and running, it's one of those things where coaches will always say to you, stay relaxed. And it's so hard to do in a 100-metre race, because the first thing you want to do is you want to tense up and just go, I want to go faster. But as soon as you do that, everything tightens up and your leg strides shorten, and you just actually don't go faster. So it's almost like saying, try less,
Yeah.
you'll go faster.
It's one of those things as well where it's same in distance running. They're like, kick now. You're like, I already thought of that. And the theory of, just relax. It's like, mate, I would love to be relaxed if I could. So I feel like that's the psyche battle. And I don't know. I mean, the way, how do you not tense up in something like that? These guys make it look so easy, but just relax.
It's one of those
We'll get
things
there.
where some athletes have it naturally. So you saw Gout in that 100 metres yesterday. He's naturally got that ability to relax under pressure. And it's a talent. It's a talent that some athletes bring into their track and field career, whereas others have to really train that relaxing under pressure part of their race.
So heat 3, they're behind the blocks. There's a couple to watch out for here. New Zealander, Yaneto, he's been quite fast, 10.56 for him this year. In terms of the Australians, Elric as well as the White Tiger, Chad Peris. He's going to be 3 from the inside of the track. Fullerton as well on the outside. So they're all around 10.5 to 10.7. So it should be pretty well close. Stewart, Elric, Peris, Paul, Mukamba, Irwin, Yaneto, Fullerton, inside to out.
Yeah, I think the New Zealander, Yaneto, the one second from the outside, is one to watch.
So a really good start from the New Zealander, Yaneto. Even further from him is Mukamba. So Mukamba now has some company there in Paul. Paul wants to move away, but Elric on the inside, he's gone, he's home. 10.91, the headband on, the swagger intact. And that was impressive. He just moved the race seamlessly towards the end of that race. So we'll be happy with that one. We'll have to wait and see who was second, but impressive racing here in Heat 3.
So Yaneto, the New Zealander, was second, and Chad Peris has had a fantastic race there in third. Now he's fresh off making the semi-finals in that stall gift as well. So Chad Peris, our Paralympic star, who's looking to do great things later in the year in those Paralympics. He's in the all black here with the glasses on, the White Tiger. He stayed relaxed through that back phase and really came through well, but Elric's just out there with the white headband on. You can see how he's then propped back because he's switched off with about 20 metres to go. He knew he had the job done, so he's another athlete to watch in that first round. He has lots more to give, the Tasmanian.
So he just looked like he burst right on through. So Elric 89.94 for Yaneto, and then Chad Peris 11.04. So he's obviously run faster, but he'll be happy with that. He'll be happy with that performance.
That's a great run.
He'll be right around that 11-second marker, is incredibly quick. So you have to wait for those small cues. You'll see it pan up on your screen here. So Elric, the Tasmanian, he got out there. Toyota Yaneto 10.94, Peris 11.04, Fullerton 11.13, Paul 11.16.
Well, and I spoke to Chad at the stall gift, and he really looks like he's found another, enthusiasm for the sport, because he has been around a little while now and he's changed groups. He's now training with the Maddie B squad, and I think sometimes when an athlete's, been doing the sport for so long, that little bit of a change does give you that little bit of a refresh, and that's what Chad's doing. It's the back half of his career, and I think he's enjoying his athletics immensely, and popping himself into that 100 metres there was a great practice for him to try and keep continuing on his preparations for those Paralympics.
Pole vault getting started, qualifying round. Running across the D here, and a little bit of a tailwind. So I've seen a couple of clearances at this opening height of 460. Alex Chan and Lachlan Burns. So back to the, what are we up to, fourth heat?
4. Number 4 here on the dial. So Reali, the Victorian, and Bennett, the Victorian, they're 2 to watch. Also Stryker as well towards the outside, and Goshnik as well, the New South Welshman. So Tamsin, there's a bit of pedigree here in and amongst the same times.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty tough
In
group.
fact, they're split by heart, 10.57 out to 75.
Yeah, you can see on the screen there's athletes who all believe in their ability to get the job done here. Jackson Bennett was a great junior in Victoria, and the New Zealander.
So we're without one here as well. So we're away here. They've done well to jump. That's Martin on the inside of the track. He's going to be rivaled up by Middleton now. So Martin and Middleton, the rest of them come through. Martin, Middleton, Martin. 10.83 to the New Zealander, Troy Middleton. He got there from Ethan Martin. They'll be the 1-2 automatics. Couldn't tell you the rest from the back there. They all seem to hit the line pretty well succinct. But we were unfortunately without Nathan Reali. But nonetheless, Ethan Martin, Troy Middleton, they're the 2 through to the next round.
I just enjoyed listening to you say Middleton and Martin over and over.
Well, it's a bit of a tongue twister.
Yeah, that was a tongue twister, wasn't it? But we can see here it was the 2 on the inside. Martin got away so well, the New South Welshman. And it was the strength of Middleton in the latter phases of that race. You can see here just a little bit Martin tightens up as he felt Middleton come through him, but he was able to hold on to make sure that he got that big cue. It was the 2 athletes on the inside. Middleton with the win, 10.81 from Ethan Martin. It was super close, 10.82. And then it was throw a blanket over the rest of the athletes with Ethan Stryger, the West Australian athlete, 10.96, and Goshchink, 10.97 season's best, and Edwards, 11.02, and another Ottavanio, 11.04. So close race there. 11.05 for Jackson Bennett.
A lot of athletes have passed here at 460. It's a good jump though from Wilson Cram going clear. You look at the results, confirmation, Middleton ahead of Martin. Stryger's outside the 3 non-automatics, but looking for a spot in the next round. Need to be in the 1080s at the moment to secure that additional spot.
So heat 5 of this men's 100, the preliminary round. So top 2 automatic the next 3 times, go through to the next round from there. If you're wondering why you aren't seeing maybe some of the headline acts that we've seen across the domestic season, so these gentlemen are getting into that next round to be able to compete off against them. In this heat number 5 though, wants to watch around that 10.7 marker. I mean, Ganaba, he's the fastest, the Queenslander, lifetime best of 10.26. He's run 10.57 this year, so he's the one to watch. And then on the inside of the track, the literal inside of the track, is Prince Jackson, the Queenslander. 10.65 for him this year.
It's great to see Anna Sabu Ganaba from Queensland back out here running.
Will jump really well there. Did Ganaba will come back.
Ooh. It's a tough one, isn't it? Good to get a replay of that. Not quite sure if it looked pretty close, but Ganaba's been a good relay runner in the past. Let's see. It just kind of looked, I don't even want to call it because I don't want to, but it did look like towards the outside, middle outside. There was a little bit of movement, but hopefully we see the green card.
Well, I think we saw the tap on the shoulder from the competitors saying it's all going to be okay. So hopefully
Well, no.
the red card is out. So unfortunately, the South Australian local, I believe, will be out. So that's such an unfortunate start to his campaign, or unfortunate end to his campaign. Hedgecut, the 10-7 man. So it just comes down to the smallest fractions of this start. You have to try and beat the gun without beating the gun, and that's the hardest part.
Oh, devastating for the South Australian. And it was so close too. It was only a little movement, but you could just see it, couldn't you? So they go back down into the blocks to try again, take two.
So better across the board here. Ganaba in the middle of the track did well. Jackson closest to the rail now starts to move away. Rivaling him is McDonald. Jackson to McDonald. It'll be Jackson. Back to McDonald. Out wide as well was Duggan. So this will be interesting to look at the times. 10.82 it was that won it. He did a really good job there, Prince Jackson. As I said, 10.65, his best this year. So he's been in form, the Queenslander, and he's done well to take the win here in heat number 5.
Yeah, you can see in the replay here, Mabucha and Ganaba got a really good start. They were strong and powerful in that drive phase. They get up and running, but then it was all about that inside lane with Prince Jackson and McDonald coming through late. And what a great finish it was from Duggan. It was almost a blanket finish across that track, but it certainly did look like Jackson got the job done, and then it was just between McDonald and Duggan there.
Well, Duggan got it just. So 0.02 was Ethan Duggan. So he's got it on the outside. That final 20 metres was impressive. McDonald, 10.84, so he's quick, and it's a personal best as well. So it's quick for him. He'll have to wait now for the final 2 heats to see what happens with those 3 small cues, but that was really impressive from Prince Jackson.
It was a great effort by Prince Jackson. You can see even as he's walking off, the athletes here, there's a couple of them that have come through this preliminary round that you can tell they know that they're meant to be in that first round, and they're just using this as a job done sort of thing, because they're walking off the track with no emotion on their face. There's no elation, there's no excitement. It's just job done, and that's what you want to see as you're going through the rounds of 100 metres, because you can almost tell on the faces of the athletes after the race, without even having to watch the race, who those who mean business are going through the rounds.
So business done. They've got through to the next one. So it's number 6 now of these preliminaries, and Tamsin, we go over these names and we say, he's got potential and there's potential there, but I'll tell you what, one of the biggest names we saw in sprinting for a few years there, he's in these preliminaries. He's second from the outside, has hands down some of the most luscious hair in Australian athletics. Josh Clark, he's back out here, and he's second from your outside in the all blue.
It's really exciting to see Josh Clark back out here racing, an athlete with a 10.15 personal best. We know we would have seen more of Josh Clark in green and gold if his body had have held up. He's had unfortunate injuries, and so anytime we see Josh Clark behind the blocks ready to go, it's exciting.
So Clark, the one to watch, it would have to be said. He's run 10.6 this year as well, and as you've said, he's just been struck down by injuries and plagued by them, and he's such a fan favourite, Josh Clark, so there'd be nothing better than to see him do so well. You'll read on the screen there, so he's second from your outside on the track. More to watch as well from Josh Clark. Inside his shoulder, the New Zealander in Rogers. He's run a 10.65 this year, lifetime best, second from the inside, Kasai. Or Kawaku Kasai, I should say, the New South Wales athlete. 10.74 this year, 10.66. So they'll be fighting it out for those 2 automatic spots, but hard not to have your heart set on a Josh Clark to come through and do something special here.
It's a big occasion, isn't it, seeing Josh getting back into those blocks. I think we've all got our hearts in our mouths. We want to see the Josh of old, so we'll see what we get.
Mechanically magnificent runner. So we're away here. Jumped really well towards the outside, did Clark. So too Kawaku Kasai. So Kawaku Kasai's out in front. Here comes Josh Clark, though. Cruise control. 10.61 for Josh Clark. So that is the fastest through the preliminaries, I believe. I'll have to confirm that. But Josh Clark looks so effortless there inside Kawaku Kasai from New South Wales. But welcome back to the track. Good to see him here, Josh Clark.
You can just see him behind the long jump official. He's, you know, he does pop up a little bit, but he's got that same sort of pop off the track that we're used to from the Josh Clark of old. You see him looking across. He almost looks like he's sitting down position while he runs, but he's got such great power out of every leg stride. And that's probably why we've seen him get on some unfortunate injuries, because he does have that power that he really relies on to get that high knee lift and great stride length out of the track. But that was lovely. He looked relaxed and he got the job done.
He did a phenomenal job there, Josh Clark. His acceleration phase was really special. And you said, Tamsin, there'll be a lot of people who just breathe a nice sigh for Josh, because it's so great to see him back. He'll be happy with that one. He's on to the next round.
And he's still got the long locks.
I think he went short for a little bit, and maybe he's realised, nah.
It's like Samson, right?
The long locks are me. So Clark and the long locks, they go through, and that was a fast heat, it should be said. So Kasai, Rogers, Jacobs, Cesar, 10.87 for Cesar, the Victorian. So both got little Qs there next to their names as it stands, 10.87. So 3 little Qs go through. So there's another one waiting out there, but Jacob Cesar and Jackson Rogers, as it stands with one left, they're through.
Yeah, there's such depth in this men's sprinting, isn't there, that you've got 7 preliminary rounds. That's without even taking into account the athletes who have gone straight through to that first round.
Still on 460 opening height in the pole vault. I can give you an update on the long jump qualifyings, 2 groups. The automatic qualifying 640, don't have an automatic qualifier yet. Brooke Bushkull 621, Sam Dale 618, Lizzie Heading 613, Abby French 611. That's the top 4, and currently 563. Adelaide Caputin from Papua New Guinea, part of the Pacific Island contingent that are competing here. Chemist Warehouse Nationals. So most of those athletes, you would imagine. In fact, Abby French has just launched a PB of 6:31. So she's now the longest leaper so far.
That's a big jump from Abby French. So she'll be happy with that one. I would say there'll be a lot of coaches' celebrations down there. So French in front through the qualifying. As Dave said, 640 is that auto spot. Nobody with that. So the last of our men's preliminary hundreds are on the track now. So 7 of 7, top 2 through. Next 3 fastest times, we said Cesar, he's holding on to one at the moment. Braden Patelli, one to watch here in the middle of the track. So too Milverton from Queensland. And the closest to the rail, Levy, that's McGregor Levy of Queensland, is at 10.44 man at his best. So 10.6 this year. We want to get close to that.
Yeah, and the athlete in lane 4, Massimo Aquaro. Always fun to say that name.
Great name. Great name. So Aquero jumped really well, second from the outside. Clapburn as well, moving through beautifully is Jenkins. So Jenkins going to rival up there inside of the track. He's going to just nudge it. He's done very well there, Levy. So the Queenslander, he looks strong towards the back end of it, and I think he's just got there as well. So we're going to be mindful of the times here as well to see whether anybody gets through. And back there in second was Milverton, the Queenslander. So impressive racing. In fact, Milverton got up from Levy, so he just edged him out there. Milverton to Levy, they're your top 2.
Brett Levy, son of McGregor Levy, son of Brett, who was a very fine sprinter back in the day. I saw him last night, and he was telling me about the day at ES Marks when Jet Jackson ran 10 flat, and he ran 10.28. And McGregor's had a good run there to get second. 2 Queenslanders with Milverton charging home.
Queenslanders are going very well here in the sprints through the under-20s and the senior ranks, but Sebastian Milverton, what he did well then was he finished that race off and made sure that he dipped at that line. He wanted that win. He wanted to make sure that he got that big qualifying cue.
There's Brett just waving to us as he walks past.
And so in that one as well, it looks like Cooper Jenkins, he's got that small queue.
Yep.
So he's put himself through. So we'll have to wait and see who hold on to those small queues. But 10.8, it'd be in the 10.8s, 10.8 lows would be the ones that get through there. So.
And Cooper Jenkins was interesting in that race because he kind of looked like he was running within himself the whole way. It was almost like, do you realise that there's 2 other athletes in front of you? You probably could go up that next gear. He runs beautifully relaxed the whole way. Almost like he does have another gear to give, but he's certainly got the relaxation part down pat. And it was good to see him come away with that little cue because I think he can run a little bit faster in that next round as well.
Well, he's made it through. He'll be happy about that. So the small queue goes his way. Be able to tell you who all the queues are at some point. Love the big queue, little queue talk. If you've never watched athletics and you tuned in and you were talking about big queues and little queues, you'd probably confuse a few people. But
or think we were watching Sesame Street.
Yeah, either way, it's an educational experience up here in the booth, that's for sure. So
today's show is brought to you by Letter Q.
So our men, all 7 of the preliminaries, they're done and dusted. It's our women's turn next. They've got 5 preliminaries, so this will be the top 2 automatic again, and then it's the next 6 little queues that follow through.
So talking of queues, I can tell you who they are. So it's Cooper Jenkins, 1083, Felix McDonald, 1084, and Jackson Rogers at 1085. So they are the 3 that will go through.
So 2 New Zealanders in that lot, was it?
In the smalls,
in the small queues. Let's see. So, what were the times?
1084.
So I think 87 Cesar was the first one out.
Yep.
Okay,
so 84 and 85.
Rogers,
so New Zealand and New Zealand. Yep. McDonald and Rogers. And surely Prince Jackson. Parents have to be music fans, don't they?
You know, every time I hear it, I do want to break out in tune.
It's a bit of purple thriller.
Yeah. If someone can mash that up, that'd be a great anthem for him.
I literally only just got that. I was like, that's brilliant.
You're awake now, Tamsin.
Yep,
We're
Prince
awake.
and Michael Jackson. I get it. I'm with you. I'm right there with you, DC.
It's an interesting combination now.
We're awake in the booth.
I still want to sing.
Oh, you can sing if you want.
Can we mash it up?
Yeah,
the Purple Rain and Thriller? I
want.
like it.
So 1 of 5 here. The first 2 are automatic. That stayed consistent. And we got 6 little queues. So 6 non-automatic qualifiers will go through here. There's a few to watch out for. Elizabeth Ann Tan, the visitor, she's a 11.74 at her best, but Leah O'Brien, the Western Australian, 11.76. She's run that this year, so she's had a great summer, the Western Australian. So we're off here. Ann Tan from Singapore did well. O'Brien trying to move with her. O'Sullivan, the Western Australian as well. But here comes O'Brien. So Leah O'Brien, she's burst from the back and she's out and home, 11.84. Wowee. Well, you don't want to write anybody off, but she was a little bit further back there with 30 metres to go and just absolutely moved through beautifully. So Leah O'Brien, the Western Australian, she gets through. We talked about her just a moment ago there, Tams, and 11.82 adjusted. That's a really impressive performance here in the preliminaries, and she's done it quite young.
She's only 16 years of age, is Leah O'Brien. I'm just trying to work out. I would have expected to see her in the under-20 race. But she's come out here, she's in the seniors, and a great start there by Tan, the Singapore visitor. She was fantastic. So O'Brien had to work hard to get past her, but really great last part of her race there to make sure she got that job done and she's qualified. 11.82, that's a fantastic athlete. She's only just turned 16 too in January. So an athlete who has potential to be at those next World Under-20s as well.
Ear to ear there, O'Brien. You saw on your screen there, so she's very happy with that. As a 16-year-old to step into the preliminaries. Maybe he wants that, we've been talking about that experience of running through the rounds or whatever it may be, but ultra impressive over the back stages of that. So Leah O'Brien goes through with Tan. As we said, it was 3 in the men's. It's 6 non-automatic qualifiers that go through to the next round here in the women's.
Just saw Ethan Pacina White in the pole vault. Third attempt at 460. So he is out. So at this opening height, we've got 7 athletes clear. Pretty sure we're on 3rd attempts here. Curtis Marshall won't come in until close to 5 metres. That should be enough. We saw Nina Kennedy just take the 1 attempt yesterday. So a bit still to play out in the decathlon, in the men's pole vault qualifying.
Well, we've discussed it. I think that Mitch has come up with a good solution to this. Leo O'Brien is probably wanting to run in her age group next week in the Australian Championships.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure if there's some form of rule where you can't do both.
I think you're right. I don't think you can do 2 junior events. So
yeah,
you can do a senior event and junior event.
Okay.
There's a young age limit on the senior event.
Smart,
so
yeah.
if you're, I think you can't be a 14-year-old and do the senior event.
Okay.
Might be 15, but I think it's 14 because we saw the 15-year-old Piper Gay.
Yep. In the under 20.
Yeah.
So I think I think that was great, Mitch. Well
Yeah,
done.
no,
Because I was so confused. I'm like, wait, but 16, she can run the under 18s.
I feel smart now.
Yeah, or under 17.
We saw the 15-year-old in the 100 final as well for the men as well, the Queenslander. So there must be that age cut off. But
Yep.
she'll be really impressed with that.
It was
the opens.
It was an impressive run. No wonder she had a big smile on her face. It was a wonderful run by the 16-year-old.
Absolutely. So Statham, Silva, Statham, Calvert, Smee, Allen Heath, Dam, Janovic. That's how they read here. Allen, 3rd from the outside, 1 to watch. Smee on her inside.
Oh.
So come back now into the starter's hands. Have a 2nd attempt at that one.
Statham's system's a bit unlucky here. There's 5 heats and they're drawn against each other.
Someone's done it intentionally. Put them against one another, but
Maybe their mum requested it. Like, you know, in schooling years, you get to make those little requests. Maybe she requested it. Can they
Are
please?
you one of those parents, are you?
I can't do it, mate. I've got a daughter and a son that are too far apart.
so let's have a look here. Ooh, it's a hard green card's
Yeah.
good. So yeah, it was hard to see whether anybody broke there, but obviously they've said, nah, we'll go once more. Good news all around.
Great news. So they get to go again.
I think people might have thought I had a stutter when I said Statham twice. There are the sisters on opposite sides of the track. If you're interested in watching the Statham showdown, lane 1, lane 3.
Totally invested in it.
So 2nd time away, they've moved through really cleanly. Allen it is on the inside of her, Smee. Now also Monique Quirk. So Quirk in the middle of the track, starting to move through to Silver in 2nd. She's rivaled now. Quirk it is. Ooh, outside, potentially Smee to Allen. That was very, very close, but Monique Quirk seemed like the one to get it done in the middle of the track. So it is Quirk back to Smee. So 11.89, 12.06 Smee, 12.07 Allen. Goes to show how close that was, but really impressive from the middle of the track in Quirk.
I was shocked to see Quirk in these rounds. She's a great athlete and she's run very, very nicely there. Nice and strong and powerful off the ground, using her arms to great effect and switching off. You can just see it with 15 metres to go, has dropped that arm action down to being quite low. She's got a great drive phase here. Nice gradual increase through that phase, up and running, nice off the ground. But look at this switch off. She really switches off with 15 metres to go and has the job done very easily.
Yeah, it came down to the dip between Katie Smee and Kiani Allen. So it was Smee who just got there in the end. So those two, well, one will go through, the other will have to wait on times. But you're right, Monique Quirk, really impressive, able to switch off, and she'll go through to that next round. So number 2 of 3 is in the books. 3 of 5, sorry, it is now that's up. So as I've said, there's 6 small queues, so a little bit less pressure than what we saw in the men's, but naturally you still want to be in that top 2 as the next one rolls through. And there's a little bit of talent in here as well, it must be said, Tamsin.
Yeah, we've got talent left, right and centre here, and it's interesting to see Hannah Basic back running. She wouldn't usually be coming through the rounds like this. She was so fantastic in that Olympic year in 2021 and has those well-documented injury problems that she's had, but at her best is one of the best sprinters our country's ever seen.
Alex Chan there missing at his first attempt at 480, so we've had 2 athletes. We look at the start list for the next of the preliminary heats. 2 athletes have had a crack at 480 so far, Dalton Demedio and Alex Chan. Nick Southgate from New Zealand passing. So Lachlan Burns will be next on the runway there as they leap at 4 metres 80. Hannah Bassick here in this next one, an interesting athlete, has set the world on fire when she won the national championships in 2021. Holds the fastest time by an Australian at the national championships of 11:23. Of course, Zoe Hobbs 11:17 when she won in 2022. But Hannah hasn't had it easy. She's physically okay, but has just not been able to execute a good race and finds herself in the preliminary round here.
And it's always interesting to know how to say Hannah's surname because she's happy to go with Bassick, isn't she? But when you hear her say it exactly how it's meant to, it certainly does sound very European. I love it.
Yeah, I've known Hannah since we were younger. I think I've always called her Bassick, so now I'm really reassessing.
She's allowed us to Australianise it. Yeah, we're allowed to.
Okay, good. So if you're wondering where Bassick is, she's 4 from the outside of the track. So Hannah Bassick, one to watch here. So cleanly away, Bassick's route on her outside shoulder did well, but here comes Hannah Bassick now. So she picks them up quite easily with 50 metres to go. Bassick it is out in front. She's going to take this one out and looks really comfortable in the process of it. Inside of her was Percival. She did really well too to move through. So 12:21 for Hannah Bassick. She's through. She'll go to that next round with Percival. The rest will have to wait on times, but great to see Hannah Bassick. Good performance out there to get through to the next one.
Yeah, great performance. She looked like she sat a little bit in the blocks. Route the Victorian on her outside reacted a little bit better, but this is the typical Hannah Bassick style that we're used to. Those big, strong arms out a little bit wide rather than tucked in. And it's just, to be honest with you, Mitch, it's just lovely to see Hannah back out there competing. She's one of the best people to see in a post-race interview. Always so happy, always so smiley, and just a healthy Hannah makes us happy to see her back out there. But we know what she's capable of at her best, and it's just getting her back into that form, but it's brilliant seeing Hannah going so well and crossing that line first.
Without a doubt, one of the best personalities in Australian athletics, Hannah Bassick, so she'll be really happy to get through there. And you mentioned, we've talked about it a little bit today, the happiness around the sport. I remember talking to Hannah over in Europe last year, and she just spoke about how good's this. No matter what the result is, it's me and my mates getting to travel the world and do what we love. So she's in a really good place. It's great to see her get out of these preliminaries and move to the next round. And much like anything in athletics, you never know what can happen. So it's great to see her moving through to the next one as well.
And has been working as a teacher as well, so she's got a lot going on off the track as well, but hopefully we see her getting back to her best over the next few months.
Tristan Vincent in the pole vault, clear at 480. Olympic tattoo on the arm of Hannah Bassick.
So the meeting with the partner, how'd we go? How'd you like that one? Where are we getting dinner? You know, all the important questions are getting asked.
Hopefully he says you looked amazing.
Yeah, the first thing. No, great to see Hannah. And Percival as well goes through in that second spot. So they're your 2 automatics as we turn our attention to group number 4 of 5. So only 2 more remaining here in these qualifying rounds. And one to watch, Stephanie Power of New South Wales. She's 12-0 this year, so too Managi from Queensland. She's an 11.96 runner, so PNG born, but Queensland representative, and we've got 2 on the outside from Tuva and Fiji. I would love to pronounce those last names, but unfortunately they're not here, so they won't be on the line as the rest of this field makes their way through. So relieving for everyone who gets annoyed by dialect, but sensational for me who can't pronounce them. 4 or 5. So middle of the track, Bain jumped well, a little bit wider for her was Murphy. So the rest of them start to make their way through now. Really impressive out in front is Stephanie Power. So Power moves away from the rest of this field. Geez, second will be hard. Maybe Dart on the inside. Further out, Murphy to Managi, maybe. Let's just wait and see. But impressive to take the win there. Managed to gap away from the field, did Power, and she looked really good.
Yeah, Power looked great then, didn't she? She reacted to the gun well and had all those phases of the 100 metres down Power. We'll look at her. We'll focus on the third from the right of your screen. Really strong arm action. Turnover is just rapid, you can see here. That's what she relies on, is her leg speed, great leg speed. Just staying nice and tall and strong through the core. And a really tight finish there, but looked like Murphy.
Well, let me just say as well, it was great to see the Fijian and the Tuva athlete were out there in the end. So Kasaya Baleta Takanavu and Temalani Matoa, they did field out there. So great racing from there. And Power back to Murphy, it is officially. So 12.27, 12.41 for Murphy, 12.44 for Dart. And Kramer 12.44 as well. So as I said, it's hard to tell necessarily sometimes who got there, but those two, they're through from number 4 or 5.
It's extra hard in the position we're in because we're not just on that line, so sometimes it's really hard. When you're right on the finish line, it's a much easier task because some of them are just finishing at a greater rate in that last 5 metres. So always helpful when you can see the finish line on the screen in the replay.
So there's confirmation of that result with Power ahead of Murphy, top 2. Women's long jump qualifying's completed. Sam Dale in the end had the longest leap of 6.40. We talked about Abby French before. She was in third in the end. Brooke Bushkuhl 6.38. Abby French 6.31. Interesting, just the one automatic qualifier here. There's Heading 6.13. Brittany Carroll and then Tamisha Clark. They were the top 6. Tamisha's sister Talaya just missing out. She was in 11th. Grace Brennan was the final qualifier at 5.83. If you want to check out any of those results, you go to the Roster Athletics app and you can see all of the results round by round. All of that. You can follow the live field event action as we head back to the preliminary rounds. Final heat, heat 5 of 5.
So 5 of 5 brings with it a lot of women around that 12-second marker. So Piper Cornelius of WA on the inside of the track, Buckholes as well, the Queenslander. There'll be a few to watch. Emma Matthews as well. So there's a couple here. Mandy Mason as well from WA.
Mandy Mason, who ran in that relay for WA so well on that last leg yesterday afternoon. She's, of course, a Masters athlete doing such successful things. Counting age there, are you, Mitch?
I am.
Born in 1967, so watch Mandy Mason take it to the youngsters.
I know a bit about that year. She's 26.
So they're out and clear. Yusuf did well inside of her shoulder. Matthews of the ACT. So it's Matthews trying to rival up to Buckholes. Buckholes, it is out in front. Piper Cornelius of WA on the inside. Steals it all. Look at the stopwatch. Ooh, Mandy Mason of WA nearly got there as well. So she was pushing through with gusto towards the back end of that final 100. So I think she might just be off it. She might be in that third position. But Mandy Mason, the Masters athlete, that was 12.07 is Cornelius. We can see it up on the screen here now. Ooh, they're taking their time with this 2 and 3. They want to make sure they get this finish right. But that is blistering, what we just saw there.
Well, it depends when she's born. What part of the year. She's either 56 or 57, and that's a serious run.
So she's got it.
12.7.
And she's just off her personal best of
12.15.
Awesome. So that's fantastic.
How good technically is she? And look at that power from the start. She's the second from the left and gets up into her running and
this back end.
It's a great run by the behaviour analyst. She's been fantastic in this in terms of the way that she's held her form and stayed relaxed under pressure. Great effort from the Masters athlete, and she's the owner and CEO of Fit Learning, and you can kind of see why she is an owner and CEO of Fit Learning, because she's certainly, as a mum with 2 daughters, she has done her daughters very proudly out there.
That's amazing.
Big thumbs up to Tamsin for giving us all that information, but that's a tremendous run. We saw her yesterday in the relay where she ran a great leg for Western Australia.
She was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and I do love what Mandy brings to the table. It's always about holding that technique. You can tell that she's done so much training on the biomechanics of the 100 metres and what makes you as an individual run faster over those stages of the 100 metres, and you can't go past that. No matter who you are in 100 metres and in whatever event you do, there's always a way of improving your own ability and trying to get the best out of yourself. And you can tell that Mandy has certainly got that textbook style down pat. Was great with the reaction, the dry face, staying relaxed under pressure and making sure she ran through that line and used her arms and her legs very well.
We're going to get to see her again when the first round comes up a little later. So who are the non-automatics there in that? We've got 6 of them. So Grace Hewitt. In fact, I think the first of them is Kiani Allen, Tasmanian, 12:07. And a fast time is Curtis Marshall. Very happy with that colourway on that singlet.
That's a great kid, yeah.
Looks really good. Anyway, that's just the fashionista coming out in me. Let's get back to these results because people will want to know. Kiani Allen, Grace Hewitt, Eliza De Silva, Sian O'Sullivan, and Ali Buckholtz and Georgia Gibbons. I think they're the ones. As we look at that final heat with Cornelius 12:07 and Mason 12:17, and there's Buckholtz in the 12:18. So what was the last one? Was Gibbons of New Zealand, 12:19. So all above the 12:19s that didn't finish in the top 2. We had a couple that won there, finished first or second that was slower than that. Stephanie Power 12:27 and Lauren Percival at 12:26, but they had a... Here's the summary. This is what we're looking for. So Allen and Hewitt, they're in. And all of these will get the chance to join Tori Lewis and Bree Masters, Mia Gross, Ebony Lane, Christy Edwards, etc., etc. The stacked women's 100. So we'll get the lane draws from them shortly once they slot all of these athletes in. And it's going to be exciting. So there's the more of the qualifiers with O'Sullivan, Buckholtz and Gibbons.
I reckon that was pretty cool. Now, Piper Cornelius, the fellow Western Australian, 21-year-old Western Australian and the 56-year-old Western Australian. It just goes to show the breadth of talent over there in the West. Need to spend more time out there. When I went in December, I borderline thought I was moving to Perth. But anyway, that's a separate issue.
I think it's also very inspirational to see Mandy showing us that you're never too old to have a go.
So men's pole vault, and the fish is not in the right spot for Curtis, so he's just going to move it to a spot that he can see. Looks like he's coming off the short run as well. So he just wants it a little more forward so that he can see it. It's probably right in the middle of the runway for the athletes coming off the full run. But Curtis, first attempt here at 480. You would imagine this will probably be enough for the man that's got a PB of 5 metres 95. Two-time Commonwealth Games champion, up and ooh. And a big smile. He might have to run a little faster or take the run up back a little bit.
You're ready with the up and over.
Well, it's
You'd think.
He's only coming off probably 7 steps here, so we saw Nina do the same thing yesterday. But 480 is a long way in the air. You don't get that much of a catapult effect off the carbon pole. So anyway, we'll see him again, Curtis. Been heavily involved in the promotion of the event here, and his mum Petra is a promotional machine amongst all their mates. Said they're all coming out on Sunday. I might commentate from over there actually. I think that there would be a nice little picnic basket and some snacks.
Oh, of course you were going to go out on the hill. I love that.
Right, my sort of scene, I would imagine.
On the hill with the picnic basket and amongst the field action.
I think this is
Joel Pocklington.
Oh, yeah, it is. I think you're right. Is it? No, I don't think so. I think it's Demedio.
It's Demedio, isn't it?
Goodness,
who did very well a couple of seasons ago at Nationals. Solid performer in the pole vault.
Good to see some Box Hill singlets.
Well, we've got 2 Demedio. So there's Andre and Dalton. And there's 2 Priscina Whites. Obviously, in the family, you've only got one. And the Arbuthnot's, of course, are here. We saw sister yesterday. This is Alex. Father Howie. Decathlon high jumpers warming up. Got a bit of a break in track events coming up here. I think, what's the next one? It's the...
is it our
heptathlon?
Heptathlon 800, yeah.
So there is... so Dalton did very well. His personal best in the pole vault's 5:30.
So he was a silver medalist last year from an Australian perspective behind Stein and Southgate, the two New Zealanders. In fact, he's won the bronze at the Nationals the last 2 years. The silver and bronze, I should say. 2022, he won the bronze medal. So the women's 800 heptathlon. Cameron Newton-Smith, 42.11 she threw in the javelin. It was the second best throw. Tori West had the longest throw of 45.65. So her total point score at the moment, 5,377. A javelin throw of 42.11, just short of her lifetime best. She's a 2:22 800 metre runner. Tori West, 2:19. Currently in third spot, Amelia Search.
Tamsin's getting on the track.
You okay?
You've been called out.
What are you doing?
Mandy just came past and told me that I needed to get back out on the track. I was
You
like,
did.
no, I'm just going to leave it to
Well,
Mandy.
you
She's
called her
doing it so
inspirational.
well.
You said you can do anything at any age.
But she
so
was inspirational.
It was.
And I'm hoping that she inspires a lot of other females in their 40s and 50s to get into athletics because it's such a wonderful sport.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
that is
athletics
true,
as
but you
well,
know
yeah.
what the problem is, Tamsin? When I run, and others of that same age, maybe born around that 1967, you think you look like Mandy when you run, but the time suggests that you're actually moving like a glacier.
No, that was very
Whereas
impressive.
so
Yep.
you feel like you're looking like that. Like you're looking 100% Mandy Mason, but you actually look like you're running with lead boots.
No,
So that's why it's so impressive.
it was so super impressive. Definitely, Mandy certainly is inspirational out there. I can't wait to see her have another go in the first round of the 100 metres later this afternoon.
I can't wait for Mandy Masoning something to become a thing in Masters athletics.
Do a Mandy Mason.
Do the Mandy Mason.
Well, she's certainly broken a lot of records in those Masters events.
So far we've got Burns over at 480, McDonald, Vincent, Downey, Cram and Andre Demedio, along with Aidan Priscina White and Alex Chan and Alex Arbuthnot. So Andrew Bull, the Victorian.
So I haven't seen as much of Andre as I have of Dalton, obviously, but he's doing very well. He's done a personal best to get over that 480. Some of our athletes who you've mentioned national medal chances and have been in the past, Dalton and Curtis, just still waiting to clear their first heights. I know you've probably said this, but what's the automatic qualifier for the pole vault?
5:17. We won't need to get anywhere near it. In fact, I think, what have we got? So it's 9, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 over 480, so they'll probably need to go to the next height.
Yep, and so there's a little bit of nerves around a few of these athletes. So Dalton's had 3 misses at 480. And Curtis with that 1 miss. Heights that they, you know, would expect to do very easily. But sometimes when you come in a little bit later, it's just getting used to that pole. And we saw in the women's qualifying yesterday, a couple of the athletes in their first attempts just couldn't get that bend in the pole right in their first attempt. Super impressive standing underneath how high they vault. It's not an easy event. They just make it look a lot easier. Frustration. Georgilopoulos needed to get over 480.
So Curtis Marshall, after a snafu on the first attempt at 480, doesn't look like he's taken the run up back anything. So he'll want to run within a little bit more purpose here. Second attempt at 480, just a few steps, up, and away.
Phew.
So there we go. Little salute. When you can jump a metre higher than that, I'm not sure it's worthy of the salute, to be honest, but anyway, he's clear.
No, it's still that heart and mouth stuff with pole vault because there's so many variables involved, and
Jeez.
a lot of clearance.
Gave himself plenty of airtime.
Yep.
Well, he just ran in with a little bit more purpose. I think he took the first one just a little too lackadaisically, and he had a bit more momentum that time, and the big smile with the moustache. So he is away. I think they're going to need another height here.
Oh, nice.
Video
That's more
over.
like it.
Well, Kurt's got his content man down there, Declan Carruthers, former pole vaulter. So Dec taking some footage there for all the WA athletes, and in particular Nina and Kurt. So he's been doing a good job all year. So he'll be following around with that camera, I'd say.
Tamsin, back in your day,
I'm just heart and mouth.
did you have a content person? Not a, could have been. It's it doesn't have to be a man. It could be a woman. But did you have a content person that used to follow you around for the gram?
Yep.
It staggers me that you finish like within minutes of the race of finishing. Athletes, individual athletes, have got their own little personal piece cut up to music and arty shots, and so everyone must come with. You've got a coach, you've got a masseur, and you've got a content person.
Yep. They might even get hired first. Honestly,
And,
the content
well,
person.
Mitch he works for about 55 of them.
Got
He's
my
a
hand-
content person.
Got a hand in a lot of cookie jars over here.
Yes.
How have you gone with a content person, Tamsin?
Probably on an athletics track wouldn't have got along with them very well. I'm
Heptathlon.
not sure I was the person to be around before we ran.
I'll leave you to the heptathlon. Going to do a little bit of work on the 100 heats that are coming up.
Well, exciting. Yes, no, this, and so I'll tell you what is exciting. These heptathlon, we're to the final event, under 20 women. And the open women, they've completed their 6 events. We're going to start with the senior women, 800 metres.
So this senior women's heptathlon is quite interesting. The points tally has Cameron Newton-Smith still in front. 5,377 for her. Tori West, 5,228. So these two women are on blistering pace here, it must be said, for their total points. Cam Newton-Smith, she joined the 6,000 point club this year. Tori West has been, you know, quite a figure for heptathlon for a little while here in Australia, and those two are out in front with Amelia Search coming out of the junior ranks. She's sitting in that bronze medal position, so she's had a really good competition as well.
There's excitement around this heptathlon, isn't there? You know that Tori West has been a fantastic athlete at this event for so long as they get underway here, and Cameron Newton-Smith, 8th in that NCAA's last year, quality athlete that's come out here, increased her personal best earlier in the year, and Amelia Search, like World Juniors, just 4th in that long jump and a quality hurdler as well. So moving into the senior ranks, the 20-year-old Search, and doing very well here as well.
So these women here will be in the first of 2 of the women's 800 metres. So Aaliyah Johnson, a familiar face from the junior ranks, now over in New Zealand. She's come back across to compete here, so she'll slot herself into that second position. Quite strung out here in this heptathlon 800. So it's been a very long 2 days for these women. They've fought along so incredibly well, and now they're going to cap it off here with the 800. So out in front and fast it is. Moving through quite nicely is Nissa. So Amber Neeson, the Queenslander, she's out leading out a group just in pursuit. They're going to try and edge a little bit closer to her if they can. That's Tilt leading it out from Johnson. So that group of 3 will be able to work together, although Tilt now wants to go up and try and get near Nissen, who's going to go through in about 68 seconds. So she's not messing around out in front.
No, certainly, and Aaliyah Johnson's another one to watch, who is wearing the number 9 all black outfit, a great jumper in her pre-athletic career, I suppose, before she's become a heptathlete. She's a talented athlete in the jumps and doing well here in the heptathlon as well.
Certainly was. So started in the heptathlons, did Aaliyah Johnson, went to triple, and now back to the heptathlon. So great to see her out here on Australian shores. As out in front, it's Neeson still. So she put in an early lead, and she's been able to not just maintain it, she's been able to extend it the best she can, although they'll come up the track now and try and put in a pursuit. So 1:47 it is on the clock with 200 metres to go. So every athlete here has been put through the ringer for 2 days, and they've come out on top. So they'll finalise it all with this 800 metres of the heptathlon. Neeson out in front, the Queenslander. She'll round around with 100 metres to go in her journey of this national championships. She went out there quickly. It was 68 she went through the first lap, so naturally she'll be a little bit slower in this second one, but she'll take out this first of 2 heats for the women's 800 metre heptathlon. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. The hardest event you can compete in on the track are these heptathlons and decathlons, and she's going to round it out and do an incredible job at it. So stops it at 2:28. McBrien, the Victorian, she'll come down now. A good pursuit on the outside shoulder of Tilt. Comes through is Stimpson. So Stimpson to Tilt. Back a little bit further to Moody. Johnson now will finish off as well. And the rest of this women's field, McBrien it is, who will come through to stop the clock shortly, as well as the South Australian. It's going to be Solchich. So Solchich will round it out here. Heat 1 of 2 in this women's 800 metres of the heptathlon. And Tamsin, they are done.
Well, Chapman had a great race there too. Just on the screen you can see, but Nason really worked well in that 800 metres. It's a hard one, the 800 metres, where you are clearly the quality athlete in that field. You have to be brave, and you've got those 6 events in your legs, and you have to lead it through and make sure you target your own time. But fantastic to see Aaliyah Johnson out there as well. You can see this 800 metres has hurt her. She was over in the college system in the US for a while, a heptathlete, but the triple jump was her strong event for such a long time, and it's nice to see her back out there doing the triple jump because she's such a talented, the heptathlon, because she's such a talented athlete. But it might take a year or so to find her feet back again in that heptathlon, but great to see.
An incredible lady, Aaliyah Johnson. Had the pleasure of interviewing her at the start of this season. She just spoke on this newfound love for track and field. She didn't have it as a junior, but to come back into it, Tamsin and Dave, you know better than anybody just how grueling this sport can be. So fantastic for her to come back. Did her ACL a few years ago as well. Hard to readjust and come back from that in the heptathlon. So fantastic to see Aaliyah out there. Is now our second of these 800 metre heats. So these are the women who are fighting it out for these medal positions at the moment. Out in front, Cameron Newton-Smith. She's the leader. Next up, Tori West, Amelia Search. They're your 1, 2, 3. They're all out here on the track for this 800. Lane number 5, you'll find West. A little bit further out from that, 8 is Amelia Search and 9 is Cameron Newton-Smith. So we've got the points ahead of us now. She's been incredible. First, second. So Newton-Smith and Tori West, they've just been alternating the leaders here for these events.
Yeah, no, so it's that personal best mark we're after at the moment, isn't it? It's a tough Olympic qualifying standard, 6,480 points. It's an incredible event on the world stage, but they've capped it with the amount of entrants that you can have and made it really tough on these athletes to get that standard out right. So what I'm loving is seeing the athletes push each other and to try and get those points system where they can hopefully be one of the athletes who qualifies maybe outside of that automatic way of qualifying for the heptathlon. It's a hard event because you can't do like 100 metres where you can run 3 in a day. You have to really plan it like a marathon and target it. And as you can see through even the global best, a lot can go wrong, and to get it right on the day is a tough ask. And so what we're seeing here with Tori West and Cameron Newton-Smith is they're having a great competition here, and it comes down to this 800 metres, and they'll be nervous, but they've got to get this job done, these 2 laps done, and hopefully push their score over that 6,000 points.
Yeah, it's the race within a race, isn't it, really? So these 2 outside lanes, the one we're talking about, we'll get to them in a moment. So we're away. It's number 2 of 2 here in the women's heptathlon 800. So Cameron Newton-Smith, she's the widest on the track at the moment. She is your leader in this event. In the middle of it is Tori West. She's second, and Amelia Search in the all black. She is sitting in third. So this 1-2 is really interesting. Brianna Stevenson as well from New Zealand. She's been ultra impressive over this 2-day cycle. But these are the two you really want to watch, Cameron Newton-Smith and Tori West. They'll be fighting it out for a national title as they now make their way up the track, and they're going to be in pursuit of the New Zealander in Brianna Stevenson.
Yeah, no, they've certainly targeted this race. They've set the pace up really, really well. Now, I can't stress enough the fact that they have 6 events in their legs, but they are really going after this points tally. You know, you've done the 6 events. It's really important to try and chase as fast as you can to get those points. You can see Brianna Stevenson's doing a great job here setting this 800-metre race up for a fast time, and fast times mean good points.
Absolutely. So it's West in front of Newton-Smith right now. They're behind Stevenson. So the New Zealander takes them out in 65 seconds. So bring him to the deep end, says the New Zealander. Let's see who can hold on. The decathletes are on the infield. They're clapping along. They're the only ones who can really empathise with what this must feel like. But it's Tori West. She's out in front of Cameron Newton-Smith for the Australians. Brianna Stevenson at the front of the field. She's doing a phenomenal job to bring these 2 women along with her.
Taking her down into the killing zone now of an 800 metres. This is where you make or break a race, and Stevenson is really, really making them earn this race. The points here, she's taken them through that 600 metre mark in about 140, which is incredible. If they can just keep pushing, you can see Tori West is really trying to hold on to Stevenson here. And it's just about doing as much as you can, blocking out that pain, staying relaxed, thinking about keep that turnover. The track's hot, keep that foot moving up and down off that track.
So Brianna Stevenson's bringing Tori West. So 150 points roughly is what separates West from the gold medal of Cameron Newton-Smith, who's a little bit further behind now. So Stevenson starts to go to the arms. Tori West is right behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. The end of this heptathlon is going to be an absolute cracker. Tori West behind Stevenson, 2:17, 2:18. Cameron Newton-Smith comes through now. Amelia Search is through too. So Amelia Search is in the bronze. Cameron Newton-Smith, who came through there, was in the gold before this event. And Tori West, well, she was so brave to roll with the likes of Brianna Stevenson. That was ultra impressive. I don't know points in heptathlon. I'm going to have to wait for all of our officials to do that. But that is an incredible ending to the heptathlon. One more round of applause for these women out here, please. That is an incredible 2 days of 8 events. And we'll wait and see who comes away with the gold. I dare say, Tamsin, there's going to be some lifetime best performances here as well in terms of total points. This has been an incredible competition.
Well, I'm trying to put it into the heptathlon calculator. Not having much luck here, but a brilliant, brilliant race here. I can't stress how well Brianna Stevenson ran that 800 metres from gun to tape. She led it and she pushed as hard as she possibly could. You could see when Tori West crossed that line, she certainly did not have much left to give. Personal best 800 was 2:19.57, so they're absolutely exhausted as they cross the line here.
So just bear with us. They're doing all the live results. You can imagine this takes a little bit of time here to calculate the points and
it's big.
And the totals.
It's really big. I didn't want to say it because I thought, okay, it's big. I mean, Cameron Newton-Smith, I think she's going to be smashing that personal best. There's a tentative 6,180 points coming up, and Tori West with 6,079. So if those are confirmed, they will be personal bests for both athletes, which is fantastic. And then Amelia Search has improved hers as well with a 5,613 point tally, and you know, her personal best before was 5,442. She's an athlete who's only just 20, coached by none other than Glenys Nunn, who knows how to get the job done in a heptathlon, Olympic gold medalist from 1984, and that's just a steady improvement for Amelia Search.
That is an incredible series at 6,001. No, here we go.
Yeah.
So 6,180 for Cameron Newton-Smith. She climbs the all-time leaderboard. Tori West, 6,079. I'm going to have to double check if that's the first time. I think Tori's been over 6,000 before. But let me just confirm that, because if not, she joins a really rare club of 6,000 point getters.
Yep, so Tori's best was 6,028. Here we go. Here's the confirmation of the scores. Fantastic personal best for all our medalists. Cameron Newton-Smith She, who has a grandfather, Colin Smith, who was a Commonwealth Games javelin gold medalist, it's certainly running through the family. 6,180. What a great effort there to smash her personal best by over 100 points. Tori West, brilliant in second for a personal best of 6,079 points. And Amelia Search, our up-and-coming heptathlete, who we've spoken about being such a fantastic long jumper and 100-metre hurdler, has also completed the PB podium with 5,613 points. Oh, a break in the 800 metres for the under-20 heptathlon.
So they'll come back in the starters' hands. And while we speak of impressive heptathlons, we'll give you the headlines in a moment, but there's another one brewing here in this under-20 event. We'll let them get underway again and we'll go through it. It's 2 heats here. So this time we're away. So our women's under-20 heptathlon 800 is off. It's number 1 of 2. So majority of those who are fighting around that middle marker, they'll be in the next one. But nonetheless, this should be incredibly quick. Middle of the track duel, I think it might be on that inside. She's going to go after Duncombe of New South Wales. So it's Duncombe. She's out in front. She's going to lead through a group of 3 or 4. Only one off the pack at the moment. So they're all sitting there quite nicely. So they're going to go in pursuit. It could be Inkster even, but they're all in a pack. It is.
Yeah, looks like Inkster from Dole.
So,
and then the Victorian Hollands is sitting in the 3rd position. So it's Charlie Inkster from Victoria who's pushing the pace here nicely. From Doelle, the Queenslander. These athletes have had an incredibly grueling 2 days of events.
So Inkster doing a good job, must be said, to get out there and set the pace. You mentioned Doelle is going to be the one chasing fellow Victorian there in Holland. She just moves up on the outside shoulder, and that's going to rival along Diol as well. So 2 sisters in here. No, I'm not getting confused. There are 2 of them. So Inkster out in front. She'll have 300 metres to go. She's got a tidy gap back to Doelle and Doelle. So both of them right in and around that marker. And the next one up is Holland. So she's going to sit there in that 4th spot. All about points, all about time. Naturally, you want to get as far ahead as you possibly can to maximise your potential. But this is a really impressive final 400 metres of this 800. She's absolutely moving up this back straight here is Charlie Inkster. She looks in total control.
Inkster's running beautifully here as she hits the 600-metre mark in 1:51, just a tick over, and is really driving her arms and the turnover. You expect to see a little bit more tiredness in the legs after 6 events, and running this 800 metres like an 800-metre specialist here is Charlie Inkster. She comes into the front straight for the final time of this heptathlon and will drive through to the finish line and deserves all our applause to get her across the line.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. So don't put your hands down. Let's get them together. It's been a great performance here. You said it. She's run it like an 800-metre runner, and she's done it so effortlessly. Charlie Inkster, she'll be done for the under-20 heptathlon. 2:29. That is fast. Next one up is Scarlett Doyle. She moves through nicely. She's ahead of her sister, Bettina Doyle. So one sister to another. She'll finish off here, the Doyle sisters. Great racing there. Caddo from New South Wales. Next in is Hollands. And following through now is Hall of Queensland. As we see our final competitor now come down to the line in Duncombe of New South Wales. So she'll finish off her heptathlon for these 2 days. The under-20 heptathlon. Sensational racing here from Duncombe. She's done. She'll be just over the 3-minute marker. But taken out there by Charlie Inkster as our next group of women get ready to finish off their 2-day ordeal in this heptathlon. And Tamsin, there's plenty on display here. The leader of this event, obviously, as well as the 2nd place and 3rd place getter at the moment. So it's Mia Skerry out in front. 4,754 points for her. 4,394 for Croker. And then Olivia Malone is 4,338. So they're very close, 2nd and 3rd. Next up at Esquivel in 4th from WA. But 2nd and 3rd certainly ones to watch. And Mia Skerry, how fast can she go here?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? Because Mia Skerry is the athlete with the World Under-20 qualifier. She was unfortunate to miss both the standards for the heptathlon and the long jump for last World Under-20s by the smallest of margins in both events. We're talking mere centimetres and points. So she's got the qualifier already, so she's sitting in a great position here for this before this 800 metres, currently sitting on 4,754 points. Personal best of 5,624. She's done a few milers clubs, Mia Scary, so she's not afraid of the 800 metres. She's a great athlete. One of her favourite events, bizarrely enough, as a kid growing up and training in Sandringham, running for Little Athletics Club there, was discus. She was always down there with her mum and her sister Bianca, throwing the discus, loved it. So has talent outside of this heptathlon as well.
So Mia Scary, who we're talking about here, is in the middle of the track, the Victorian. So as mentioned, 5,300 is the World Junior qualifier. She already has that. And at the moment, it's how fast can she run and how many points can she rack up. The rest of this field as well. Once to watch Layla Croker, Olivia Malone, Esquivel as well. There, your medalist and fourth place getter at the moment. Croker, or Scary I should say, sorry, outside of the track. Inside shoulder is Croker, who's sitting in second, and Malone in the inside of the track.
And it's close for that silver medal, isn't it? This 800 metres for Croker and Malone is going to be important to see who decides that podium. But I think for Mia, it's just about how fast she can run that 800 to try and push the points up, try and get another World Under-20 qualifier done.
So they're off here. Mia Scary outside of the track is the leader, as we said. Croker and Malone. Those are the two to watch as well. Malone on the inside from the ACT. Croker, South Australia. She's out fast, so she's going to try and drag them through here. Scary behind her. Inside there, Esquivel, who's also in fourth. So they'll make their way up this back straight. South Australia's own Croker. She's out in front. Esquivel on the inside. Scary on the outside. One more attached. And then the fracture, the pack of four behind there. And in and amongst that is Olivia Malone.
Well, it's a fascinating battle, this one, between Croker and Malone. Croker's really pushing this pace to try and make sure that she's the athlete who ends up on that podium in that silver position. She's currently got it, so if she can finish in front of Malone, then she will be the silver medalist. So a few things, like always, to watch in a heptathlon. We want to see how close Mia Scary can get to pushing those points up and get close to that personal best, which is an incredible personal best of 5,624. She's been so consistent going through the junior ranks of the heptathlon, has Mia Scary. She's head and shoulders above the other athletes in this event. She's sitting in second position, and Croker's done a great job there to lead the field through in 1:08.92. It's a comfortable pace. It's one that Mia Scary can run off, and a lot of the girls in this field. So it's going to be a tough last 350 metres, but let's get behind them.
Absolutely. Esquivel as well, Western Australia. She's sitting in fourth. She's third in this event right now. So she's trying to latch herself on as close as she can to Mia Scary and also to Layla Croker. So Scary now just comes up on that shoulder of Croker. Esquivel as well, the Western Australian. She might be trying to put as much distance as she can into Malone, who's now starting to get up the track and into her working as well. Scary out in front. Esquivel going to go with her. It's been really brave from Croker. She just needs to continue to push here.
They've hit 147, 148 over that 600 metre mark. So Esquivel is doing awesome here in terms of like pushing that pace. You can see the pain etched on her face, but she is really focused on making sure that she keeps that turnover happening. And Croker's found a second gear here. She's coming up to challenge for the lead. 100 metres to go.
So here comes Croker. Wow, you thought she might have been done with 200, but she's kicked into a new gear. So Croker out in front. She's going to steam away here from Esquivel. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you not to put your hands down. All together now for the women's under-20 heptathletes. Here it is, the South Australian Croker. Back to Esquivel. Everything into it there. Goes back to Mia Scary. This has been a huge effort as well from Olivia Malone. So she's currently the bronze medalist. We'll have to wait for these points to be adjusted. Now she came booming up the track there. Now an Amina Rind. Next one up here will be Boren, the Western Australian. Next one moving through Zarafa. And then finishing it off well is Seramet, the Queenslander. So bear with us. These points will get adjusted here on our screens. We'll be able to tell you who first, second and third is, but Mia Scary will be first, no doubt about it. The Victorian was so impressive over the last 2 days. It's that battle for the minors. They start to update here, so we'll see them as they make all the way through, but these are some very impressive point totals that are popping up.
Fantastic effort by the athletes, and I think this is going to be really close to being Mia Scary's second best ever heptathlon I think we finished, 5,429 points. That's a fantastic effort when we consider that the heptathlon World Under-20 qualifier is 5,300 points. So Mia Scary has got the job done again. The athlete who was so unlucky to miss the team last World Under-20. She's kept her cool and she's kept the training happening and belief in herself, and she is now done another qualifier for that World Under-20s and got that gold medal.
And Layla Croker, the South Australian, she'll be second, 5,127 points for her. So she's just a little bit off that 5,300 marker. But what an incredible 800 we just saw at the end of all that. And third, Olivia Malone, 4,967 points. So she'll be just under the 5,000 marker. But what a performance to go chase up the track like that towards the back end of that 800. That's not easy. Next one up was Esquivel. God, she was so good there in that 800. 4,563. And then Byron, 4,249. But Mia Scary, she's your under-20 national heptathlon champion and did it in fine fashion as well. So we're back here. An absolute cracking race. I feel like I say cracking race all the time. I need to find a new phrase, but this is an absolute barnstorm what we've got ahead of us here. This is the women's under 20 400 metre final. Now, this is some of the best pedigree we have in junior racing in Australia. 8 of them are now standing on the start line, or 9, I should say.
Yep.
So many of them have that World Junior qualifying. This is a high-stakes race.
And we're missing the #1 ranked athlete in Gemma Pollard, who will be going shortly in that Senior Open Women's 400. She has aspirations to make the Senior 4x400 metre team as well. So with the athletes that we have on this start line, Charlotte McAuliffe, she gave us a little bit of a scare, the 17-year-old, yesterday in those heats where she had to rely on that little qualifier, didn't get the job done automatically, but I think that it was one of those races where she just needed the run. So look for her to be going a little bit better here from lane 2. The South Australian, who has represented Australia before at those Commonwealth Youth Games in Trinidad and Tobago, where she finished 4th.
So away cleanly here, an absolutely phenomenal final we have ahead of us here. Pasquale towards the outside of the track, did really well. Lady Gregorovic as well. So second from the outside, Gregorovic moving through. Inside of Pasquale is Rowe, and they're moving up this back straight really nicely here. Tam's an impressive acceleration phase.
Yeah, Pasquale's running really nicely out there in lane 7. Amelia Rowe, the WA athlete, is also hanging tight to that stagger. It's a really, really blanket race at the moment with all 9 athletes within a chance.
So South Australia's McAuliffe, she's second from the inside. She's picked up that stagger really well. Layla Watson from Victoria as well too. So Pasquale rivaled outside shoulder Gregorovic. Gregorovic will have company shortly. Inside there is Rowe. So Rowe now starts to boom away. Oh, it doesn't just boom away, she makes it her own. There's your champion. Oh, it's all Rowe. 53-1-0.
And the crowd has gone berserk over that run. That was a fantastic run by Amelia Rowe, who has just smashed her personal best. I mean, we have down here that her personal best is 54.52, and that is a 53.10 time there for Amelia Rowe. The WA athletes, you mentioned it before, Mitch, that they are absolutely flying in their sprints, and that was super incredible. The world under 20 standard is 55.40. She does have it, that 54.33 actually from Perth earlier this year, recently, 5th of April. So that would be her best time, and she has smashed that by over a second. Amelia Rowe, what a run.
Well, she was so impressive at all schools last year, obviously in the home state of Western Australia. Probably put herself on the map in a big way there, and 53.09 adjusted. So she's gone down 0.01. So 53.09 is your national champion. That is blistering. I can't stress enough how fast that was. Everybody between there as well. Pasquale in 3rd was just in that low 54, 53 as well there for Gregorovic. So this has just been a staggering final for that women's under 20. You can see it here, 53.09, 53.78 PB, 54.15 got you the middle for Pasquale. McAuliffe, the South Australian, 54.5. Proctor, a personal best, 54. Everybody, top 6 has gone under 55. That is flying.
Oh, look at those scenes. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful scenes. You know, the best thing about that race was the fact that Amelia Rowe ran so relaxed. I was trying to watch the whole field. You could see from 220 metres, so 180 metres to go, everyone was within a chance of making that top 3 podium. And what Amelia Rowe did the best was she just stayed relaxed, and that last 100 metres was incredible, Mitch. The way that she broke away from the field. Gregorovic also had a great last 100 metres. I think Bella Pasquale will learn a lot from that race. There's a lot of pressure that comes with going into a World Under 20 400 metre national final, possibility of making that World Under 20 team, and you know you've got a lot of qualifiers left and right of you, and to stay relaxed under pressure is not an easy feat, and I think some of the athletes will have learnt from that experience. Charlotte McAuliffe had a better run today to finish in that 4th position, but wow, that was all about Amelia Rowe, and she certainly blew that race away in that last 50 metres.
So that is just incredible what we just saw there. I'm glad it lived up to the hype. Sometimes you can overhype something, but I can guarantee you that was always going to be one of the staples of today. So incredible performance, Amelia Rowe. You could see the embrace. I'm not sure if dad or coach or who it was down there, but it just means so much, not only to the athletes, but to everybody who's involved in this process. You know, it comes down to parents, it comes down to coaches, it just comes down to everybody that gives up their time to be able to get you there. So an incredible reward for effort. They'll enjoy that one. And now we turn our attention to this men's under 20 race. And again, talk about World Juniors. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in here. We're only missing one, Jet Grundy not here, but Let me tell you, Tamsin, this is fast, and there's a couple of big names in here from Kennedy, Kilpatrick, Bellas, Samuel Elvey, he's out. It looked like he hurt himself in that 200 a little earlier, so he might be gone. Byers, Thorne, and Gilbert. So Terrell Thorne, the Queenslander, he'll be third from the inside here for you. He's the fastest of everybody in this field here.
Well, there's a lot to look at in this race as well, isn't there? We have some impressive runners, but I think the person to look for is Thorne out in lane 7, the Queenslander, the 16-year-old who trains alongside Reese Holder, who looked great in his heat run of the open 400 metres. Seth Kennedy, the Viking squad athlete, he trains alongside Ellie Beer. And Adam Byers, another youngster, the 17-year-old in lane 6 is one to watch as well.
Seth Kennedy's 15, no? He is a young man on the rise, is the Queenslander. So you can see the gap between Tom O'Rourke and Seth Kennedy. So doesn't look 15 when you look at him from behind. he is built well, is young Seth Kennedy. But I can tell you, every man from Seth Kennedy to Jordan Gilbert has that World Junior qualifier. So this will be a cracker. Blink and you'll miss him. So another cracker underway here. The ones to watch from the gap onwards, Kennedy, Kilpatrick, Byers, Thorne, Gilbert, all with World Junior qualifiers. Wasting no time at the moment on the outside there is Caleb Kilpatrick. So Kilpatrick will pick up that Queensland stagger. He's absolutely moving. Kennedy now into it.
Well, the Queenslander, Terrell Thorne, 3 from the outside. He's having a wonderful race, nice and relaxed, but the Victorian Jordan Gilbert has gone out very fast and he's pushing through this third 100 metres.
So Thorne the fastest on time. He's got plenty of work to do, though, to get up to Gilbert. He's wasted none of it with 300 into the race. 100 metres to go. Out in front, Jordan Gilbert. Here comes Terrell Thorne, though, now. So Gilbert seizing up slightly. Terrell Thorne senses it. Queenslander on him. Terrell Thorne moves through. National champion. 46.81. That is phenomenal. If that stands, that's a lifetime best for Terrell Thorne. And I dare say it's going to be a lifetime best in a big way for Jordan Gilbert. And that was flying. Thorne, 46.8. Gilbert, 47.80. That is blistering.
That was an absolutely fantastic race to watch. These youngsters really pushed so hard, and Byers was desperate for that bronze medal and has dived across the line. But what a great run by Gilbert, the Victorian, running, you know, on that outside. He took the stagger out of Dagara quite early, and with 150 metres to go, he was just listening, waiting to see if anyone was going to come at him. But he hit that front straight. He had about a couple of metres up on Thorne and started to get a little bit wooden because he had worked so well through that first 350 metres. He bladed on the line and made sure that he got himself on that podium. A great run by Gilbert. He should be very proud of himself. But Thorne, the 16-year-old from Queensland, definitely a star of the future. He won the under-17 400 metres last year. His coach, Chris Dale and Sharon Dale up there in Queensland. He's got a great training group, training with Reese Holder, and has that World Under-20 qualifier. So fantastic effort, and it's all about that relay spots as well.
So I have a feeling that our gold and silver medalists might both be 16 years old. So if not 17, that is incredible. Also, the third place getter, he's 17 or 18 as well.
Yeah,
so
16,
I think go again.
Gilbert 17 and Byers 17 as well. So Gilbert ran a 21.74 PB in March, won the Victorian Championships in a personal best 47.28, has just had this incredible season, and he's running with such confidence and wonderful technician out there. What I loved was Thorne's race down the back straight. He was super relaxed. You feel like he's still got another gear to give when he works out those phases of the 400 metres. I shouldn't say the 800 metres. Dave thinks he's going to be a great 800 metre runner as well. But no, he's just a wonderful, wonderful, relaxed runner, and he's deceptively fast. So when you could see Gilbert starting to tire in that last 100 metres, Thorne didn't do anything in terms of increasing his tempo. He just held his technique and his tempo a lot better. He was so relaxed, and off the ground he was still getting that knee lift, and wow, that was fantastic. And it bodes really well for our under 24 by 400 metre relay. Caleb Kilpatrick's another athlete who did well. Let's see the place getters here. Now, Jack Dugaro did so fantastic to hold on, because he felt Gilbert come through him with 150 metres to go, and that's not an easy feat to stay relaxed when somebody does that to you. So just a brilliant race by all of these athletes, and some super young athletes in there too who have another shot at the next cycle of World Under 20.
Well, Tom O'Rourke and Jake DeGuara, only two men that can't be in this final the next time it comes around to a World Junior qualifier. So
amazing.
You put it in that perspective, what we've got in the junior ranks here in Australia is quite phenomenal. You know, I've heard from a lot of guys from Queensland, hey, if you were to put up a 4x4 team of junior Queenslanders, geez, they might rival some of the best under 20 teams around the trap. So it's been incredible what we've just seen there. And don't forget about the women's 53.09. I can't get over that out in the West. So incredible what we saw there in our under 2400s. And we'll be bringing you back all the action shortly. Decathlon high jump still rolling on in the infield, as well as some long jumpers down here too. So bear with us. We'll have our wheelchair competitors as well coming up shortly, but plenty of action remaining here. So Tamsin, we go back to the home stretch. The hundreds are back. Our wheelchair para open 100 finals will be up next, and then followed after that will be the official heats of our 100s, where I'll head down trackside and it'll be the dynamic duo.
You're leaving me.
Back in the booth.
Don't leave me with Dave.
No, please. I'll be listening in intently.
Well, this is an exciting race that we have on the track, the Open Women's 100 metre wheelchair final. We've got a mention coming out of station lane 8, Angie Ballard, just world-class wheelchair racer for so long. 6-time Paralympic representation, if you can believe, and has just recently been named the co-captain of the Paralympic team with Curtis McGrath, the canoeist. So incredible effort, Angela Ballard. Been around for a little while now. She's a mum and has 8 Paralympic medals, 12 World Para Athletic Championship medals, 5 of them gold, 3 Commonwealth Games medals. Like, it's just an incredible CV. Another one to watch coming out of lane 3 is Sarah Clifton-Bly, the 20-year-old made her senior team debut at the Commonwealth Games in 2022, 5th in that 100 metres. Began in primary school athletics, age 8. Started with throwing the shot put in a day chair, and then has graduated to wheelchair racing and coached by the awesome Louise Savage.
So Angie Ballard, undeniably one of the best we've ever had in this country. So you're in for a treat here, outside lane. Beautifully said, Clifton Bly. Another one to watch. So they'll move fast here, these women. World-class field here.
As you can appreciate, that push from the start line, incredibly difficult. That's where you make your time. World-class athletes, quick off the mark.
So we're off the Open Para-Ambulant 100-metre Championship of Australia. Angie Ballard, the widest on the track, closest to you here, off really well. So too Clifton Bly. So they move through quite nicely. Ballard it is, though, closest to us. She starts to continue away. Impressive here from Angie Ballard. One of the best we've ever seen. That's phenomenal. Next one up there was going to be Sarah Clifton Bly. No, it might have been Fisher. So Angie Ballard, that's an incredible race from her on the outside. I think it might have been Fisher there in second, so that's an impressive performance from her as well. Really rivaled up on Ballard on that inside, but Angie Ballard comes through first across it here in the women's Open Wheelchair 100.
Well, they really bookended that race, didn't they? It was about that push out of off the mark. You can see it's such a fascinating race to watch because they get down there and they're ready to go, and then they come back up a little bit before they make that push when the gun goes. And it was just fantastic to see Angie Ballard doing what she does best, racing her wheelchair as fast as we've seen her through the decades now. But she's brilliant. She's aiming for that Paralympic team that she's going to co-captain across the whole of the sports, as we saw Amy Fisher on the screen, who also had a great push. But look at Angie Ballard go. What an awesome, awesome race, and just a brilliant athlete, a stalwart of our sport. And she's, you know, if you go through some of the other athletes who are competing in the Paralympic team, or up-and-coming athletes in the under-20 ranks, a lot of them mention Angie Ballard as their mentor and hero, because she's just done so much for the sport of not only wheelchair racing but para sports.
She's been incredible, Angie Ballard. So she was so strong off the mark, you said there. Just can't be stressed enough how hard that is. And this next one up is our men's variety. Now this is filled with talent as well. Sammy McIntosh, Sam Carter and Reid McCracken, the three that really rip out there off the page. I mean, first of all, one of the greatest names in athletics, Reid McCracken, without a doubt. But he had a really impressive season last season as well. And he's going to be joined here by some real quality on his inside shoulder.
Yep, Reid McCracken, the 27-year-old from Bundaberg. Fantastic wheelchair racer, coached by Louise Savage also. He's sitting next to a plane, sitting next to Koshi, Channel 7 personality on a plane, and started up a conversation and mentioned that his idol was Kurt Fearnley. And in typical Koshi style, he said that he obviously knew Kurt Fearnley and challenged him to a wheelchair race in Sydney to meet his hero. So he went down, he met Kurt Fearnley, and the rest is history. Here's Reid McCracken from Bundaberg, still wheelchair racing and doing great things in the sport. Luke Bailey, the Start King as he is known, because he is wonderful off that mark. He wants the para gold in that 100 metres this year. Made his debut in the Tokyo Paralympics in that 100 metres T54. Another athlete that Kurt Fearnley introduced him into wheelchair racing, and has loved it since he started. Sam Carter will be going from lane 4. The 32-year-old born in Toowoomba, was a bronze medalist in the Commonwealth Games in 2022 in the 1500 metres. Was a swimmer and wheelchair basketballer before transferring to the track, and he was encouraged into our sport by Jeff Trappett, who was the gold medalist in the men's T54 in the 100 in the Paralympics in Sydney in 2000. So it's going through all the stories of these athletes. It's so important, those mentors for these athletes in able-bodied and in the para-athletics. Just giving back, and you so often see Louise Savage's and Kurt Fearnley's name mentioned in terms of what's really motivated these athletes to get into the sport and continue with it. And you see them. I got off the plane the other day, yesterday, and saw Fred Periak with his squad of athletes, and they travel together, and it's kind of like the walks contingent or the throws contingent. You know, they've got a great little family atmosphere, positive with each other, and training camps that occur all year round. And this is another one of their lead-ins to Paris Paralympics later in the year, where they can come out here and compete and see where they're at with their training.
So they are a close-knit group, that's for sure, all of these para-athletes. So inside Luke Bailey to McIntosh, Carter, Holmes and Reed McCracken. These are the ones to watch here. McCracken
has his Paralympic qualifier already, as does Luke Bailey.
So watch out for them. Bailey inside, McCracken outside the bookends of this 100. So we're off. Really good push there from Luke Bailey. So he's going to be the first one after it. Sam Carter as well goes with him. So wheel for wheel here. Inside there though, Bailey. He gets away from Carter. Continues to push away. Oh, he's impressive here. Luke Bailey, he's got it. Very quick as well. Wait for the clock to stop. That was impressive. He got away there from Sammy Carter. Reed McCracken as well came through for third. So that's an impressive performance there. But wow, Luke Bailey, I mean, his start, you mentioned it, Tamsin, he is the start king. That was very impressive.
Certainly the start king, Luke Bailey. Fantastic effort off the mark. Sam Carter has had a great race as well. Look at Sam Carter go in these early stages, really, really working those that arm action so super hard. They're both T54 athletes and are pushing for that line to try and get the win and get across. You can see how much it meant to Luke Bailey. He does want that Paralympics gold medal later on in this year, and Reed McCracken, a T34 athlete, finished that race off strongly as well.
Now, so Luke Bailey, that was ultra impressive. His middle phase there, as you said, Sam Carter just jumped with him. He went with the jumps king, and then that middle section, Luke Bailey was able to just extend away a little bit and just edge the wheel in front, and that was really impressive. So no wonder he's chasing that gold. He's in red hot form. So well done to Luke Bailey. Back to Sam Carter. They're both T54 wheelchair athletes as well. Reed McCracken, the T34. So we'll wait for that all to be done, but impressive racing here in the men's para wheelchair 100 metre championship.
I'm next to the camera. I was just with Matt a minute ago. Okay.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Athletics Championships. Of course, Chemist Warehouse, Australia's largest pharmacy retailer. Over 8,000 staff members, fantastic supporter of athletics in Australia. Australian team members selected for junior and senior teams proudly wear the Chemist Warehouse brand on their national team kit in recognition of the retailer's significant support of the sport. They did that for the first time in 2024, 2023, and it will continue this year at the championships run by World Athletics. Just about ready for the 100 metres. First round, we saw the preliminary rounds earlier. We've got 5 heats, first 4 and the next 4 fastest will go through automatically. Here's the opening heat. One to look for here, Jack Hale, bronze medalist in 2019. Josh Azzopardi, Commonwealth Games representative, won in Canberra. And of course ran that 10.06 in Wollongong, wind assisted, where he just beat Rowan Browning. First time that Browning had been beaten for a long time, Tamsin, and Prince Jackson won his qualifying heat earlier. So the way that worked is we had a lot of preliminary races. The top 24 seeds went straight through to the first round. And Prince Jackson was one of a number that won those heats, and he gets a start here. But Azzopardi is the man to beat, and he goes from lane 6.
Prince Jackson, coached by Stacey Tarima, who was a good jumper back in his day, and Josh Azzopardi, I think on season form, is the athlete to watch, the 24-year-old who had a personal best this year in the ACT of 10.15. So look for him, and it's great to see Jack Hale, the 25-year-old. Fantastic junior, had a wonderful race down the back straight here back as a junior.
Corey Ewings of New South Wales in 4 would be hoping to be one of those 4 to go through as the automatic. But as a party in the striped singlet and Hale in the pink boots, they're the ones to watch in the middle. First heat, men's 100 metres. So away they go. As a party, got a pretty good start on the inside. Andrew Clare, the Queenslander, has begun well, and the big man Corey Ewings is there. But now as a party starts to move away, and he will get this one. So that's a strong run. Corey Ewings in second, and then Hale. That was a good run from Josh as a party. Be interested in the breeze, I'll be interested in the time, all of that. Pretty good conditions here at Mile End.
You can see as a party 4 from the left of your screen, using those arms so effectively coming out of those blocks. Nice and relaxed through his face here, really not going out of that top gear, is he? You can see that he had that job done. He controlled that race from about 40 metres to home. He looked across to the side and he was very, very sub-max. That was a great run by Azzopardi to get his campaign underway.
One in Canberra in that 10.53 in quite cool conditions that ended up falling on Canberra.
He won a gold medal in an Australian team before in an Oz tag. World Cup under 21 team. So
okay, traditional route to Australian sprinting.
Well, he's also had an offer for the Australian Rugby Sevens in 2019. Dreamt of being a winger in the NRL, but we're grateful that he's stuck with track and field because he's running beautifully in the sprints events.
So just waiting for the times from that opening heat. Rowan Browning goes in heat 3. One to watch in heat 2 will be Jacob Despard and Jake Penny. Don't have any times yet for this opening heat. I've got a wind of minus 3.1. That's a little bit disappointing. 10.48, the winning time for As a Party. Corey Ewings in second place, 10.59. 10.61 for Jack Hale in third place, and in fourth place was McGregor Levy. We talked about him during the preliminary round, son of Brett, and he has got the fourth of the auto spots at 10.84.
There's a disappointing headwind, isn't it, for the athletes? It's one of those
Where's
races.
it come from?
Well, over that way.
Where has it come from? Because we haven't had that sort of wind at all. It's a bit of a crosswind, so as we look at the socks, they're sort of swirling around, so maybe it's one of those that sometimes blows into the face and then can swing around behind. We'll get a better judge of it when we have the second one, but that certainly will make a difference to the non-automatic qualifiers. So this is heat 2. Connor Bond goes from lane 3, the World Junior Championship semi-finalist. Jacob Despard, Commonwealth Games representative, Store gift winner. He won in Adelaide here at the Adelaide Track Classic. Jake Penny, the Mulap missile, goes in 7. Was the bronze medalist in 2021, and Jai Gordon, who I know you've got big raps on, Tams, and the Queenslander just out of juniors, he's in lane 8.
I'm excited to see Jai Gordon, the Queenslander, back in that yellow singlet because he was going so well in the World Under 20 race when he suffered that horrific injury, and we're just waiting to see him get back into form. But quality junior athlete, and it might take him a little time to find his feet in this senior ranks, but great to see him out there.
Despard, the pro runner, he's so quickly into his in his on the marks position. He's the first one down. Penny in 7, short, fast, heat 2. So away they go. Despard got a pretty good start on his outside. Semler began really well on the outside. Penny and Gordon. So as they come down, Despard it is, and he's under control. Good run from Despard, and Gordon ran a good race, Tams, and you'll be happy with that.
Super happy to see Jai Gordon back. Him and Connor Bond have had so many races together in that junior ranks. They would have probably had a bit of a chuckle when they found that they were drawn in the same heat here in the open race. But no, Jai Gordon ran really well. Despard got that job done. It's fascinating to see Despard, third from the right of your screen. He puts so much power down in every step out of those blocks. There's a lot of energy going through those that drive of his foot coming up off the ground, and it's just a powerful run by Jacob Despard there in the 100 metres.
So plus 0.4. So there you go. We went from minus 3.1 to a plus 0.4. So 10.38, 10.45 for Jai Gordon. Connor Bond, 10.56. Milverton 10.58 and Penny 10.65. So Penny's outside the automatic qualifiers. So that was a bit of a surprise. He's been in reasonable form this year.
But he pulled out of some races recently, which suggests that he possibly has had a few little issues with injury. Jake Penny, here you can see him on his knees there chatting to Mitch in the background. So perhaps just a few injuries, and with sprinting you do have to really push that fine line with your body in every training session, and when you come out to race there's no ability to just cruise it, is there, in a sprint?
So Despard, Gordon, Bond and Milverton, the automatic qualifiers, Penny at 10.65. The breeze will help there. You'd imagine that that might be enough as a non-automatic qualifier to get you to keep tabs of them, Tamsin, if you wouldn't mind. The non-automatics. I've got some breaking news, which you are sitting down. You ready for this? Tori Lewis is not running the 100.
What?
She's only running the 200.
Well, that's disappointing news, to be honest.
It's ridiculous, I think. But anyway, it's staggering that the national record holder wouldn't run the 100-metre national title in an Olympic year, concentrating on the 200 only. Mia Gross also just running the 200, which is interesting as well. Anyway, more of that. We're up next, the women's 100 heats. So heat 3, Kamara, the Sierra Leone Olympian, coached by Freddie Martin, an Australian Olympic representative, goes on the inside. Rowan Browning, the two-time champion, won in 21 and 23. It's won in Melbourne and Sydney this year. Jake Doran won in 2022. So we've got the last two national title holders. And Josh Clark, who we saw in that preliminary round, I don't think is there, Tamsin. So that is unfortunate for Josh, who ran earlier.
That's bizarre, because in the shots before he was behind the signs with the other athletes waiting to come in. He had a towel wrapped around himself and was actually out there. So he's gone through the call room and he's turned up at the track, but just...
Well, we know he's had a lot of problem with injuries, so that's disappointing for Josh Clark, who did win his preliminary round, and he was a 2015 champion. So there's Browning in the middle.
He's got a bit of strapping on his left knee, which we haven't really seen much before. The 26-year-old whose personal best is that super fast 10.01 from Tokyo Olympics.
And he won the title here in a meet record last year, 10.02 at the national title. So Browning in 5, Doran in 7. Browning got a reasonable start on his inside. Aote has begun well, and then Doran, and now it's Browning starting to move away. Kamara's running well on the inside. In fact, Kamara looks, and that gives Rowan the chance to sneak through and just get it. So that was a good run from Ishmael Kamara on the inside. Represents New South Wales, but did compete for Sierra Leone in Rio. And Rowan Browning, Ishmael knows he had a chance there to take down Rowan. Little shake of the head, Ishmael. Here's the replay, Tamsin, and Rowan got a reasonable start. Doran got away really well, but Kamara on the inside, arms and legs, has a look, has another look. Stop looking and just run straight. And Rowan, well, he's running dead straight. Have a look at Ishmael. He's got a sore neck.
Yeah, interesting race, wasn't it? I thought that Ishmael Kamara controlled that race from the gun. He has that wonderful, huge arm action that he really propels himself down the track. And Rowan had to work a little bit harder than he probably would have expected from that 20-metre mark to 80-metre mark. But I think that it was just one of those ones where he probably came into it a little bit sub-max, hasn't brought his full adrenaline game.
Well, that was interesting. Rowan Browning, strong finish, 10.43. He's down trackside with Mitch.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I'm here with Rowan Browning. Rowan, it's good to get through that first round, obviously. How'd you feel out there?
Oh, yeah, it was all right. It's nice when the sun's out there. It felt like a bit of a rusty run, but it's all right. It's just the first round.
Exciting, back at another Olympic trials. The atmosphere here, it's pretty electric. It's a pretty heavy crowd. How have you approached this the last couple of weeks leading into what's a huge build-up towards Paris?
Well, it's just been nice to have a little bit of a taper. Done a few comps this season, but to stay pretty lean with the comps. Just excited to race again. I always love it and love the championship, so it's fun to be here.
How are the confidence levels heading into the next round? It's a pretty stacked field. Obviously, this men's 100's been really deep this year.
Yeah, the depth is really good, and some of the young guys coming through, it's really good to see them running the opens, you know. I remember being that age, and it's so important to just push yourself to the next level. Confidence is high, like I haven't lost too many times in Australia, so, you know, every time I run, I'm running to win.
Well done, Rowan. Love the beard.
Thanks.
That was a good run from Rowan Browning. Ishmael Kamara had the opportunity, was too busy looking, not busy enough running. 10.46 for him, and Doran 10.62. Rusty,
I
you've
did,
written.
yeah, because I liked that. I liked what Rowan's summation of his race was, because it looked a little bit rusty. I reckon he'll come out tomorrow, he'll be a bit more switched on, he'll be fired up because he knows that's the business time of the 100-metre championship race here, and I think that he just needed to get that tick done, and he'll come out fired up tomorrow. But it was a rusty run, and he's got that out of the pipes, and he'll come back better tomorrow.
So we move on to Heat 4. Happening pretty swiftly, aren't they? And in this one, Matt Rizzo, the 2017 Stall gift winner. Middleton and Jordas won their preliminary rounds, and Sebastian Sultana, the talented youngsters, qualified for the World Junior Championships. The 18-year-old was second in Melbourne, holds the Australian under-18 record.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him. Coached by Greg Smith, Sebastian Sultana is a fantastic junior coming through the ranks.
He's in lane 8 in the black, second from the outside. So Rizzo in 3, Sultana in 8, the ones to watch here. Away they go, and away they will not go. Kawaku Kasai on the inside.
Just looked like he came out a little bit before the rest of the athletes, but let's wait and see what the judges say. Watch the inside there. Just a little
We're not
bit
broadcasting for the bowl, I don't think, at the moment. So Tamsin, I think he might be in trouble.
Yeah, it's really when you know that
Unless there's a misfire.
Oh yeah, well, when you know you're going out to the stadium, you don't want to give the officials any extra ammunition, do you? But it does look like the athlete on the right of the screen comes out just pops that head up. You can see it there. He's just chanced the gun, and unfortunately he's been shown that red card.
Well, he ran in the preliminary race earlier, so at least he's had a start, but he had a chance here against the fast men. So Rizzo will have no one on his inside. We go to Sultana in 8. Yang of Chinese Taipei is on the outside in lane 9. I'm not sure Rizzo's there either, is he? Is that on 2, 3? I think he is. Yep. So just about set. Heat 4. So way okay this time. Sultana got a reasonable start. Yang on his outside's going well, and then back to Rizzo. But now it's Sultana who starts to move away. He's got swift legs, switches off, gets an easy victory, and it's a fast time as well. So Sebastian Sultana, this talented youngster, ahead of Yang and Rizzo. That was impressive. Like the movement in the back half. Those legs, Tamsin, they get busy.
Oh my, that was such an impressive run by the 18-year-old. The Sultan of Sprint, absolutely brilliant. Greg Smith has got him running technically perfect. Look at that off the ground, just so relaxed through the upper body, which is so hard to do in a sprint too. Looks across with about 20 metres to go, switches right down with 5 metres to go. Absolutely brilliant run, and I think that the senior athletes looking around at the junior, the 18-year-old, should be a little bit concerned, because he's a great 200-metre runner, so he does finish off that 100 metres so well. He is the New South Wales champion in the Open, and he's come here and he's really staked a claim on why he should be in that final and pushing for the podium. He's got Maltese heritage, and he is a fantastic runner.
10.35, fastest we've seen so far, just ahead of Despard's 10.38. Yang 10.50, Rizzo 10.60, and the fourth was 10.70. So 50, 60, 70. Don't see that very often. 10th of a second to a 10th of a second to a 10th of a second. And Pivas, well, got a non-automatic qualifier at the moment as we move into the last of the 5 heats here. Payas whistle we saw in the preliminary round. He made his way through. Leonard King on the inside, runs a lot of pro races. We see him at stall. Alex Hartman, multiple Australian champion over 200 metres. Drew Rodriguez Chico was second last year behind Browning. Won a stall gift in 2019. And Chris Ayus, the talented 200 metre runner mainly, but he's been swift over 100 as well from Sydney University. Some of the ones to watch here. So there's confirmation of the start list for Heat 5, the 5th and final heat.
Yep.
Where are we sitting in terms of the non-automatics?
Well,
I did ask you to look at that, and I've made a note. If Bruce was here, you would have made a note of that. You would have worked harder to try and...
Well, Heat 2, you had Jake Penny sitting with his 10.65, looking quite comfortable. Heat 3 had a 10.71, 10.75, but Pybus with his 10.74 from Heat 4 is also still in the mix. But I didn't want to take the screen from you. My computer stopped working.
Yeah,
so.
mine's not working either, so you're forgiven. You're forgiven on the basis of technological malfunction, giving us a summary. We'll get one at the end.
Could be our fault, actually. Well, Alex Hartman, the 200-metre starts. Great to see him back competing and competing so well. The tall athlete in the grey singlet, and Daruv Rodriguez, Chico from Victoria. He's been on the podium before. He knows how to win a national medal. He is wearing his Sandringham Club Athletics top, and he is 3 from the left of screen.
5th and final first rounder for the men's 100. First 4 automatically going through to the semis tomorrow. So held them a while, but they got away, and Ayusa's begun well. Drew Rodriguez Chico takes a while to get busy, and Whistle. So Whistle's just in front. Ayus has a good look around, and he wins. So he gets the victory. Fast start from the man from Papua New Guinea, Payers Whistle. Drew Rodriguez Chico maybe outside the top 4 here. Ayus in 10.57.
Yeah, Ayus, he did well then. 24-year-old, he was 6th here
So the opening heat of the women's 100. Anna Owusu Afrihe on the inside, the World University Games semi-finalist, over 200, Bree Masters in 6. Three-time medalist here, silver and 2 bronze, one in Sydney, and Sam Geddes, who was 4th at the World University Games in her personal best. She goes from lane 8. And Mandy Mason, who we saw earlier, run her way into this. Born in 1967, ran 12.17. So Masters and Mason next to each other. What a contrast that is. Wonderful. Watch her form, Mandy Mason. Tremendous. And there's Lawrence from New South Wales, 11.81. And the headband Cornelius ran her way through the qualifying rounds. But Masters will be the one to watch here in lane 6 in the sleeves. Opening heat, first 4 automatically qualify for the semis. Away they go, and Masters has got a pretty good start on the outside. Geddes always begins like a bullet, but Masters is always very powerful, and she's in command here. And she races away ahead of Geddes, and on the inside of them is Lawrence. But that's an impressive run, as you would expect from Bree Masters, taking the win in the opening heat of the women's 100.
Getting a congratulations hug from Sam Geddes, who's been having a fantastic season as well. Jessica Lawrence should be very happy with that run also, and it's great to see none.
It's 11.48.